So, jetzt aber. Wir überlegen dann die nächsten Tage, welche die nächsten Games sind, die wir ins Rennen schicken. Oder habt ihr Vorschläge von den Indie-Games, die wir die letzten paar Tage angezockt haben, samstags? Falls irgendjemand von euch so den Gesamtüberblick überhaupt hat. Dafür ist auch gleich gut. Welches von denen ihr als nächstes gerne in potenziell voller Länge sehen werden würdet? Check, check. Hi. So. Also. Wir hatten vor 2 oder 3 Wochen mit Not for Broadcast angefangen. Das ist so eine Art, wie nennt man das? Live-Show, Regisseur, Simulator / FMV-Game / Comedy-Game. Also man muss das gesehen haben, um zu verstehen, glaube ich. Und ich werde auch potenziell während dem Game nicht übermäßig viel labern, weil das meiste Unterhaltsame tatsächlich wahrscheinlich in den Clips passiert, in dem Fernsehprogramm selbst, das stattfindet. Und wir müssen auch da, glaube ich, auf viel achten, um die Story auch zu verstehen, soweit. Jetzt ist das letzte Playthrough, also die erste Session, gerade mal, ja, wie gesagt, ein paar Wochen her. Ich würde jetzt nicht unbedingt sagen, dass wir von vorne starten, sondern Winter. Niemand hat den Überblick. Warum nicht? Warum gebe ich mir dann so Mühe? Okay. Ich kann aber mal ganz kurz zusammenfassen, was im letzten Stream passiert ist. Also, wir waren, glaube ich, irgendwie Hausmeister in einer Fernsehen-Schaltstation. Und der Mensch, der eigentlich das Fernsehprogramm leitet und schneidet und überblendet und so weiter, der hat sich aus dem Staub gemacht und hat uns per Telefon dann angewiesen, ja, mach du mal. Und das ist jetzt unser Job. Wir leiten, steuern, designen das Fernsehprogramm. Wie ich auch nicht, Jackie. Ich habe den vollen Überblick. Ich weiß alles und jeden. Hi Fly. Schönen guten Abend. Gut. Ich würde sagen, wir machen dann genau da weiter. Blub hieß anscheinend unser Speicherstand. Day 15, Late Nights. Alles, was ist die Wurzel aus Käsesoße? 12. Kommt aber auf die Käseart an. Zum Teil. Ja. Käffchen ist gegönnt. Die Ladezeiten von dem Game sind relativ hoch. Die Ladezeiten von dem Game sind relativ hoch. Ich weiß nicht, was er alles tut. Der muss erstmal das Fernsehstudio bauen, anscheinend. Tag 8. Oh, ich muss ja, glaube ich, mal die Alerts während dem Game ausschalten. Guter Hinweis. Weaselbots waits. Hat für 6 weitere Monate subscribed. Holy shit. Vielen, vielen, vielen herzlichen Dank. Weasel, Dankeschön. Für die 6 Monate Unterstützung. Willkommen, Beep Boop, zurück, Bubidi-Bibab, im Club, Babidi-Babu-Beep, der Leute, die wo Wintar gesubbt haben, seinen tun und so weiter. Ich werde aber trotzdem für die Strukturierung des Playthroughs, welches sehr auf das Visuelle und die Clips angewiesen sind, die Alerts ausschalten. Jackie, vielen lieben Dank für den Gift-Sub an Sir Snowbot. Auch an dich, Bibidi-Babi-Bub. Willkommen im Club. Babidi-Bubab-Beep. Danke, Jackie. Aber ich werde die jetzt ausschalten. Oder zumindest mal pausieren. Ich sehe das, ich bedanke mich dann. Vielleicht könnt ihr mich am Ende des Dings erinnern, dass ich einfach auf Play drücke und dann hören wir einfach alle nochmal. Guti. So. Tag 15. Stand da nicht im Tag 8. Tag 5. Okay. A late night, you arrive home after another long shift to find a note waiting for you on the countertop. You recognize Sam's hurried scrawl. Chris has been evicted for not paying rent. You know where this is heading. Chris has been evicted. Who's Chris again? War das nicht unser Bruder? Oder der Bruder unserer Frau? Yes, Weaselbot, danke. Sam's gone to pick up Chris's stuff from the streets. Don't wait up. Underlined twice. So, this is your fault now, is it? You sulkily press play on a cheap horror film you were going to watch together. It used to absolutely terrify you as a kid, but always makes the two of you laugh. It's not the same without Sam, but you still chuckle to yourself occasionally. You just as you get to the good bit, the part where Candy decides to investigate alone, your 14-year-old son interrupts. He wants to go to a friend's house. He looks at you in a way only a child can, pleading but somehow defiant. Was passiert? Current wealth. Broke ass poor. Dankeschön. You let him go as long as he promises to be home by 11. Tell Charlie no. He knows he's not allowed this late on a school night. Sure. Wie alt ist der? 14. Der ist 14? Ja, komm. Darfst du den abhängen und bis um 11 wieder zu Hause. Clearly surprised, he practically races out the door. You doze in front of the movie, waiting for his return. You start awake to the sound of TV static. It's gone midnight and there's no sign of Charlie or Sam. Or what happened? School night and he promised, so you go over there and march him home. You're tired in a bad mood. You trust Charlie, he'll be home soon. Ich meine, ich kann ja mal rübergehen und klopfen oder sowas. Arriving at a friend's house, you find your son, who miraculously notices the time when he sees you. He may think you were born yesterday, but at least he apologized. That's something. You recognize that cheeky, mischievous look. You can't help but to let him off this time. Weasel, vielen lieben Dank für die 3er Gifterbombe an Sorva, Bleddy und Skychan Cosplay. Und Kosch, vielen lieben Dank für den Giftsub an Hustensaft. Und Jackie, vielen lieben Dank für die 100 Biddies. Dankeschön. Dankeschön. Scam Train has been achieved. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Chat, ihr habt es geschafft. Instant Abriss. You can't help but crack a smile as you look around the table. The snow has settled on the grass outside. The kids are pulling a cracker while your elderly mother tries to keep her eyes open. You did always have a soft spot for Christmas. Wann? Tag 8 für. Wie springen wir denn durch die Timeline durch? Ich bin sehr verwirrt. You're sitting at the head of the table. Now, your dad's place. It's been a tense afternoon. Everyone can feel it. But for the first time, you seeing Chris since you refused to part in his passport. It's a big chance for Sam. The two siblings used to be inseparable. Christmas is usually such a nice time of the year. Sag, wie lang? Ich wollte mich gerade beschweren, ey. The chatter of cuddly is all that can be heard as Chris stares pointedly at you. Are you having a nice Christmas, Grandma? Make a toast. You stay silent. Sure, make a toast. Why not? You stand and raise your glass. The Merry Christmas, everyone. I'm glad you're all here. There are murmurs of cheers and much clinking of glasses. Chris doesn't move. Yeah, we're all here. No thanks to you. Chris, says Sam. Come on now, it's Christmas. We can put this behind us, can we? Danke, Katrin. Hätte ich gar nicht geschnallt. Danke fürs Korrigieren. I wasn't talking to you, Sam's right. Let's try and enjoy ourselves. That sounds good. Chris turns away from you, taking some frustration out on a cheap cut of roast chicken. Your daughter, Susie, sees the opportunity to corner you. You know how you love me? You chuckle. This sounds familiar. I'm not going to like this, am I? You joke. Susie rolls her eyes. You know, me and my friends are planning to go traveling this year, Susie begins innocently. Well, I was hoping you'd help me with the money. She's interrupted by Chris, who makes a derisive snort. I wouldn't hold your breath, Suze. Not known for your generosity, are you, Alex? Jesus Christ, Chris. Wir haben den einmal nicht geholfen, was Illegales zu tun. Wir sind einfach den Rest unseres Lebens immer der Arsch. Chris, do us a favor and shut your mouth. Ignoring Chris, you smile at your daughter. Fuck this guy. You will see so many parts of the world and learn so much about other cultures. Susie gushes. You sigh and lower your voice. You know, money is really tight now that Grandma's staying here. We just don't have that kind of money, Suze. But please, Harriet's parents are helping her. I mean, I'm sorry, I wish I could afford it, but we can't. Wenn wir halt kein Geld haben, haben wir halt kein Geld. Was willst du machen? Ne? Ja. Hell yeah. Vielen lieben Dank für den Hype-Train, ihr Lieben. Tut. Ja, sorry, ey. Okay, wenn ich halt wüsste, wie viel Geld wir wirklich haben, und wie viel sie will, dann könnte ich eine Entscheidung treffen, aber wir haben halt wirklich gar kein Geld. Und wie alt ist die? War das nicht abgecheckt, wie alt die ist? Unser Sohn ist 14. Ist sie älter? Wahrscheinlich. Der hat Cursor arbeiten gehen, richtig so. Ja, keine Ahnung. Sorry. What you promised? Did I? What you promised, the daughter yells. She looks from the face of one parent to the other and opens her mouth to speak. Instead, she lets out a frustrated shriek and buries her face in her hands. Chris starts up. Jesus Christ, Chris. Ich hau dem gleich einen rein. Kein Witz. And the Parent of the Year award goes to... Chris starts a sarcastic drum roll on the table. You look to Sam for support, but none is forthcoming. Pay no attention, Suze, Chris goes on. Alex has no time for their family. Isn't that right? You can't bring yourself to speak. Pathetic. Chris puts an arm around Susie and escorts her out of the room. Sam follows without meeting her gaze. What the fuck? Wow. Merry fucking Christmas. Yes. Charlie excuses himself awkwardly as you start to clear the plates in silence. Have you had a nice birthday, Pat? Your mom chimes in cheerfully. Oh Gott. Recht. Hi und happy luck. Merry fucking Christmas. Ja, ist Sam nicht fucking, nicht Sam. Ist Chris nicht fucking reich? Soll der nicht einfach Kohle ihr geben? Like, fuck this. Merry fucking Christmas. Wenn man kein Geld hat, hat man halt kein Geld. Was willst du machen? Ich kann es mir nicht aus dem Poppes rausziehen. Okay, Tag 63. Jesus, wir springen durch das Jahr. Das ist ja unglaublich. You're leafing through the pile of accumulated posts. Each new bill pulls on your gut like a lead weight until a flash of blue makes you pause. Recognizing the teal advance logo on the envelope, you tear it open. Dear Winston residents, thank you for sending your passports for approval. You can now confirm the receipt and validation for new assets, wealth and redemption scheme. Wait, what? We can now confirm their receipt and validation for the new assets and wealth redemption scheme? Hopefully this will make the last month of arguments with Sam worth it. And as such, it is my pleasure to enclose a check which we hope you will see as a symbol not only of your gratitude but to you, but of our unwavering commitment to creating a society free of inequality. The throbbing of your flesh, speed-induced paper cut is the only reason you can believe you're awake. A check. A sizable at that. Chris was right. Advance really are redistributing wealth. Ja, sehr gut. Bin ich voller Fan davon. Hätte ich das gewusst, dass wir Geld kriegen, hätte ich vielleicht der Tochter was geben können. Aber wenn ich sehe, wir haben kein Geld, naja gut. We will continue to strive for the betterment of this nation and its people. Forward together, Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. The weight of your financial burdens lessens slightly. It's bliss. Und von broke as poor to a long weekend. Current Health Holiday Time. Okay. Okay, irgendwie gibt es verhältnismäßig wenig TV-Sektionen in diesem Spiel, wo es eigentlich darum geht, einen Fernsehsender zu lenken. Die haben sicher noch irgendeinen Vorteil daraus. Bestimmt. Das werden wir gleich sehen, wahrscheinlich. Day 72, a long weekend. Why does the zip on this damn case never close? It's your anniversary. Every year, you and Sam go away for the weekend, usually camping. You are not made of money. You've been looking forward to it for ages. Finally getting some time alone together, you can forget about the noise of life. No kids, no work. Just a bit of romance and some peace and quiet. Bit of romance. So. The zip finally gives up the battle and you drag the bulging suitcase down the stairs. The answering machine is blinking on the hall table. Good evening, Alice. This is Mr. Bozeman. I'm calling to inform you that you will be required to work this weekend. Your heart sinks. Some information has come to light concerning the rising tensions between our nations and the foreign powers, and the national nightly news team will be working around the clock to ensure we break the story first. Needless to say, I will expect your attendance tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp. Have a pleasant evening, Alex. Shock turns to annoyance, then fury. What are you going to tell Sam? Sam comes downstairs, brimming with excitement. Kissing you. Isa, vielen lieben Dank für den Follow. Danke, danke. Kissing you, they grab the car keys from the dish and start to load your bags into the bag. Ignore the message you need this weekend. Apologize profusely to your spouse, but you really should go to work. Bozeman's temper is legendary. I don't know. Fu Bozeman, ne? Wir haben Wochenende mit der Frau. Du hast das aber nicht abgehört. Was? Nachricht auf dem Anrufbeantworter. Nee, also habe ich nichts gehört. Sorry, also. Da musst du die falsche Nummer gewählt haben. Ich hab gar kein Telefon. Du warst schon weg, Jackie. Ja. Chat, ihr seid so klug, ey. Ignore the message. Message deleted. What was that? Comes a voice from behind you. Nothing important. You reply as you put on your coat. Adrenaline coursing through your body. Grabbing Sam around the waist, you practically slam the front door. You might as well enjoy your time off. You're going to pay it on Monday. I mean, sure, fuck it. Who cares? Das ist ein Problem für Zukunftswinter. An unwelcome return. When you get to work Monday morning, you get some sour looks from your exhausted colleagues. A note sits waiting for you. The immaculate script is blood red. I am very disappointed, Winston. Don't give a fuck? I don't give a fuck, literally. Leo, hi, na? A permission slip. Wir haben jetzt schon gefühlt einfach ein halbes Jahr gespielt, ohne einen Tag zu arbeiten? Wait. Your son Charlie hovers at your elbow as you read. Do you find yourself striving to achieve? Do you find yourself striving to achieve? Are you an active member of the team? Do you like reaping the benefits of cooperation? Join the advanced go-getters today. Forward together. This doesn't sound like the youth club he told you about. Das ist doch ein Pyramid-Scheme, das da. Charlie grabs the flyer from you and thrusts a form into your hand. So I can walk there straight from the school and Ben's sisters can drop us home after? So you don't have to do anything. Der will? Was ist? Das ist doch so ein Kinderrekrutierungslager für, keine Ahnung, für Business-Fuzis oder die Illuminati oder eins von beiden. You sign the permission slip for your son and join the advanced Go-Getters. War man sein Sohn? Ich meine, der kann vielleicht was lernen davon, aber so ganz knusper klingt mir das nicht. Ja, Leo, wie ist es? Soweit ganz gut. Kann mich kaum beklagen. Zumindest nicht mehr als sonst auch. Ich meine... Sign up and join the fun. Ich meine, das sieht irgendwie nach Spaß aus. Es ist fast mehr so ein Chill-Wochenende. Ich habe die miese Rimworld Challenge angefangen. Oh, die Challenge Spiel Rimworld und werd nicht wahnsinnig dabei. Die ist schwer. I don't know, wollen wir ihn gehen lassen? Sure. Where's the... Let me talk to mom about this first. I don't know. Ich glaube, unsere Frau hat keine Meinung dazu irgendwie. Ja, komm. Mach, wenn du willst. Sure. Your son is thrilled. It's heartwarming to see him so passionate about becoming an active part of community. This can only be a good thing. Das wird backfiren irgendwie, aber ich muss herausfinden, was es tut. A free ticket. Oh, Alan James is right. In front of you. Alan James? Current wealth. Something's struggling. Okay. A free ticket. Some guys at work gave them to me. They can't go. Sam starts in front of you, brandishing 2 tickets. You see the title in bold letters. Alan James is right in front of you. I'm really unsure what to think. What do you think? Shall we go? Das ist der übelste Verschwörungstheoretiker und Schwurbli Tinhead Master Deluxe. I don't think so. This guy's a nutjob. Yeah, he is actually. Ich meine, es könnte lustig sein. Ja, bin ich Ossi, hey. Okay, Chat, das dürft ihr entscheiden. Gehen wir uns die Show von Alan James angucken. Die haben dir Geld gegeben, es gibt dir deinen Sohn. Guter Tausch, würde ich sagen. Falls ihr euch erinnert, wir hatten in der ersten Session ein Fernsehprogramm, wo Alan James und eine andere Tante diskutiert haben und ich weiß gar nicht mehr wirklich, worum es ging, aber er hat sich quasi aufgeführt wie heißt der? Alex Jones auf Crack? Heißt der Alex Jones? Ich weiß seinen Namen nie. Ja, wie Alex Jones auf Crack. Und aber Jackie sagt ja, okay, von mir aus. Free Tickets. He's a character and it'll be hilarious if nothing else. I mean, that's true. Das wird lustig auf jeden Fall. Ach, fuck, es war zu spät, Gattin. Das habe ich schon gerade geklickt. Genau in dem Augenblick. The show is entertaining, but much less funny than he thought. He's a powerful public speaker and something about his sticks in your mind. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Kommt ja auch an. Der Regen. Er macht die Frösche schwul oder sowas in der Richtung. Lying in bed that night, wide awake, long after Sam's breathing turned heavy, it hits you. It was the crowd. Not laughing, but roaring. Ist aber auch ein gutes Bild. Oder ist gut zu wissen, dass die Leute halt auf ihn stehen. Ist eine Information, die uns hilft. Weil es da wird gefühlt mehr zu einem Politdrama als alles andere. Aber gehen wir irgendwann mal arbeiten wieder? After a particularly long day at work. Hä? Okay, das ist weird. Ich meine, das ist der Spielaufbau ist so ein bisschen wie bei Papers, Please. Aber da hat sie quasi immer einen Tag Arbeit, eine Entscheidung und so, ne? After a particularly long day at work, you come home to find the posts sorted into piles. As Sam has taken to doing recently. Hä? After a particular day at work, you come home to find the posts sorted in piles, as Sam has taken to do. Okay. Also Sam halt bringt die Post rein und stapelt die immer so. Okay. Most of it is the usual rubbish, but a letter with the increasingly familiar advance logo and urgent respond immediately plastered on the front is in a correspondingly urgent red font grabs your attention. Best to get over with. Dear Winston residents, this letter is to inform you that the advanced government has taken another step forwards in our fight for equality by nationalizing the largest private corporations and redistributing their resources among the citizens of this great country. Das ist auch ein schöner kommunistischer Leitfaden. By this great country, the Partnership Bonds Program ensures that wealth created by the people is delivered to the people. We don't remember this being in the manifesto. Even household will become a partner in one of 3 carefully selected institutions chosen by Advance for consistent high performance and financial. Okay, mir gefällt nicht, wo das hinläuft. Please note, all returns are based on public opinion and cannot be. Oh, ich weiß, worauf das hinausläuft. Wenn Advance hingeht und quasi staatsweit oder amerikaweit. Ist das in Amerika? Ich glaube, es ist in Briten, das da. Auf jeden Fall landesweit die ganzen Finanzen managt und andere Firmen da auch noch ihr Mitspracherecht haben, können wir dann später mit dem, wie wir in dem Broadcast entscheiden, welche von diesen Firmen am besten dasteht, ne? Können wir dann somit mitentscheiden, wenn wir es geschickt machen, keine Ahnung, welche von denen die besten Entscheidungen trifft und wo wir dann am Ende am besten dastehen? Eine Frau wird zur Schwurbel und deine Tochter geht zu deinem Bruder. Dein Sohn wendet sich an die Mafioso, den du Geld. Wieso Mafioso? Nee, ich glaube nicht, dass die Advanced. Das ist glaube ich, eher so eine Mischung aus einem Pyramid-Scheme, aber auch Kommunismus. Pyramidenkommunismus? Nee, das sagen die Amis auch ständig und haben sicherlich nicht Kommunisten. Ja, gut. Aber gut, was lassen wir jetzt davon? Wir können jetzt sagen, each household will become a partner of one of three carefully selected institutions. Können wir uns feststellen, oder festlegen, soll ich sagen, mit welchem dieser 3 Unternehmen wir uns jetzt verpartnern quasi? AOB, Eye of the Beholder Incorporated, whether it's cosmetics, clothing or couture, we see the beauty in all our customers. Oder Neil's Deals Limited, it's always a steal from Crazy Neil. Oder Pleasure Corp. Our business is your pleasure. From sport to travel or even just some you time. Wink, wink. You can't say pleasure without leisure. I mean, welches nehmen wir? Die, keine Ahnung, Beauty-Illuminaten? Crazy Neil's Deals? Ich stelle mir den so ein bisschen vor wie den Nachbarn aus Plants vs. Zombies. Mit der Pfanne auf dem Kopf. Das ist Crazy Neil bei mir. Und Pleasure Corp. Ich wäre für Pleasure Corp, glaube ich. Einfach nur, Pleasure ist halt hübsch an, ist cool. Crazy sind wir sowieso. Aber Pleasure nehme ich immer. Ich sag Neil. Oh, die anderen beiden sind Corporations, während Neil Limited ist. Ist basically eine GmbH. Ja, genau. Klug. Ja, ist auch irgendwas mit Crazy. Crazy Dan, oder? Ist das Crazy Dan? Okay, aber ich mag deine Logik, Gajin. Wir gehen mit Neil. Thank you for making your decision. Please return this form using every blah. You will receive that. Okay. It seems even advance can't defeat the quagmire of governmental bureaucracy. Crazy Dave? Von mir aus. The future of this nation is in partnership. Forward together. Hail communism. Yes. Okay. Wir sind ein halbes Jahr drin und arbeiten jetzt zum 2. Mal, glaube ich, zum 3. Mal. Wenn man das Tutorial mal nicht mitzählt. Nee, wenn man es mitzählt zum 2. Mal. So. Jeremy Donaldson is the country's most popular and trusted news anchor for now. Das ist diese überbritische Flachpfeife? Ich glaube, wir dürfen wieder arbeiten. The Tempest. Yeah! Oh Gott, ob ich da weiß, wie das Game geht?
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here, your boss. While you're powering up and getting the adverts loaded, I thought I should just tell you that we've had one of those public information films from the government, and it's mandatory that you play it. You still have a free choice for the other 2, so read those tape labels carefully, but make sure you play the advance advert, preferably at the second break. Right, that's the lot. Have a great show. Total pimp. My God, that weather looks nasty.
Ups. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my bad. Ich muss gerne ein bisschen lauter machen, da ich einfach nichts gehört. Okay, wir müssen jetzt 2. Okay, den müssen wir auf jeden Fall spielen. check power, okay. Strom an. Oh, Fan brauchen wir nicht, oder?
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Johnson.
And
Oh.
I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Jesus.
Operative. A mysterious symbol has appeared overnight.
Ich habe schon wieder komplett vergessen, wie das Spiel funktioniert.
Tonight, in an exclusive live interview with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, I'll be asking what this mysterious symbol...
Was piepst? Ich habe vergessen, wie das Spiel funktioniert, sorry. Broadcast failed. You didn't select a headline. Watch it. Okay. Können wir nochmal? Ich habe komplett vergessen, wie das Spiel funktioniert. Du wirst ja direkt reingeworfen, ey. Okay, also wir müssen zuerst mal unsere 3 Videos raussuchen, die wir spielen am Anfang. So, da müssen wir den Strom anschalten. Und dann haben wir nur 30 Sekunden Zeit, bis es losgeht. Okay.
Getting the adverts loaded, I thought I should just tell you that we've had one of those public information films from the government, and it's mandatory that you play it. You still have a free choice for the other 2, so read those tapes.
Das da geht, ne? Das must be played. So.
Play
Also
the
erst.
advance advert, preferably at the second break. Right, that's the lot. Have a great show. Total pimp. My God.
Dann nehmen wir noch Crazy Neil, mit dem haben wir eine Partnerschaft. Und dann, wie lange haben wir noch Zeit? Oh, 20 Sekunden. Check your prostate, sure. Und ich will mal als zweites, ne? Also als erstes B, A und dann.
Sorry, are you saying he chose his imaginary friend in the sky?
Okay, dann jetzt halte ich wieder mich in die Schnauze.
It probably is a really awful date.
Like I said, all of you.
Did you
Muss ich konzentrieren.
slip out?
Pricks. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Johnson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Uncooperative. A mysterious symbol has appeared overnight on thousands of buildings throughout the capital.
Tonight, in an exclusive live interview with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, I'll be asking what this mysterious symbol might mean.
After 3 months of record-breaking approval ratings, could this be the daring first move of a silent resistance movement? And what would that mean as we go into the future?
We shall overcome. Trapped in Dante's taint for more than a month now, doctors Ingrid Svorsborg and Horgensvoord and David Wong announced today that they're considering 2 possible options.
With 2 of the finest minds in science working together, hopes are still high for the eventual return of the team to dry land.
Das ist der Unterschied nicht zwischen den beiden.
Successfully fixed
Okay.
their craft. The team seem likely to attempt to farm the cavern's ecosystem while they wait for rescue from above ground.
Und waren als zweites, genau, ne?
So, Jeremy.
Bearing their opinions, the formerly rich are fighting back with a naked protest.
Our very own Robin Short was on hand earlier today when this new protest group first presented themselves.
Spokesman Wentworth Somerset Bentley said today, they've had the shirts off our backs. They might as well have the west of it too. And while it's easy to laugh,
Ich weiß noch nicht ganz genau.
we should all just be pondering
Also wir können jetzt bei jedem dieser Stories, die wir darstellen,
power.
Table for 2.
quasi
Ham sleeves and Tiffany
entscheiden, wie wir die darstellen.
private moment out at lunch today.
The popular couple have set
Positiv oder negativ.
posters since they started dating late last year. And this image is sure to place them firmly back in the tabloids.
Johnny's secretive hospital visits have had the rumour mill churning. I think it's safe to say that they're not looking at his school report.
Is his once celebrated role model about to become the bad boy of sports?
And radical ideas. In an attempt to put the Mr. Snugglehugs disaster behind them, Rimington's Fist CEO Sophia Rimington today announced a surprising new project that already has the markets raising an eyebrow.
Known for taking risks and bold strategies, could the adventurous CEO be leading the business giant down a dark alley or taking it to a new level of success?
The manufacturing giant promises that the Junior Employment Opportunity Scheme will not only increase employment but also productivity. But critics are speaking out against what they're calling child labour. The scheme is being marketed under the slogan "Lots of little hands to make lots of little things."
Oh, ja, haben wir gerade Child Labor supported?
And our very own Patrick Bannon coming to you live from the first annual Sports Board final.
You won't want to miss a second of tonight's National Nightly News.
Okay, haben wir es gut gemacht? Ich weiß auch, wir müssen ja noch Dinge regeln, ne? Ich hasse diese Dinger. No. Wenn ich an dem Nippel rumspielen, ey. Da musst du wirklich 7 Millionen Dinge gleichzeitig tun mit dem Spiel. Ja, passt grob.
First tonight, after the Christmas horror caused by Mr. Snugglehugs, we have an exclusive interview
What?
with one of the victims.
Poor 7-year-old
What happened?
Tadlock, like so many of those affected by the Christmas bloodbath, has spent the last 3 months undergoing a series of reconstructive facial surgeries.
Last week, joyfully, he spoke for the first time since the tragedy. Tonight, he talks to us.
Before we go to the interview, however, this station would like to issue a full and frank apology for any part we may have played in the tragedy. We should never have advertised Mr. Snugglehugs. Without our publicity, the sheer scale of this tragedy, and now upwards of 8,000 casualties, might have been averted.
Ich habe den ausgewählt. Ich fand ihn cool.
We're sorry.
In future, we will do better.
Now it's over to Robin Short at the Tadlock family home. Robin?
Thank you, Megan. I'm here with
Placebo,
Mr.
vielen lieben
and
Dank
Mrs.
für den
Tadlock
Host,
and their
den
7-year-old
Raid.
son,
Hi.
Timothy. Thanks for spending time with us today.
Yes, well, you're bloody lucky we're spending any time with you at all. After what you lot did. Irresponsible. I mean, whose idea was this anyway?
It's all right. Wasn't your fault.
What happened?
As you can see, Megan, there's still a few
oh God.
open wounds here. I'll tread carefully. I'm going to speak to Timmy now. Hello, Timmy. Can you see me?
Mummy?
Du musst in jeder Sekunde hier halt wirklich aufpassen, dass nichts schief geht, ey.
Here, she's going to ask you a few questions.
And you be careful now, it upsets him to remember.
Don't worry.
Wie geht's dir, Placebo?
I wasn't the youngest ever.
Wie war euer Stream?
The School Inquirer for no reason. So, Timmy,
Willkommen zu diesem etwas anderen Videospiel.
you had just unwrapped Mr. Snugglehugs, hadn't you? Was he under the tree?
Yes, I could smell him already.
Hab ich einen Sensor
Smell
verpasst?
like love.
Ah, yes.
Hab ich?
That'll be the fur. It's scented with hoof.
I was so excited. I ran up to my room and gave him a big hug. He was so soft and warm, like our cat.
Okay, Piep ist einfach nur,
Got in the way.
wir müssen da Dinge tun. Okay.
Had a death wish.
And what did Mr. Snugglehugs say to you?
He blinked his real action eyes and said, "You're my very best friend." But I sure wish Mrs. Snugglehugs was here, and she can't be for just $89.99. And then it's the general error. 41.
And is that when he burst into flames?
Careful.
Hey Mono,
Then he
schönen guten Abend.
exploded.
Oh, look, I've asked you nicely.
And am I right in saying that one of his real
Oh,
action
Binding of
eyes
Isaac, sehr cool.
permanently embedded in your cheek?
Yes. When I took him in at night, it glows through bandages.
Oh no.
Under there, staring at me.
Yeah, some of the other children have started calling him Timmy Three Eyes. And then with his glasses, that's 5.
It's too many eyes, Robin.
And what's the last thing you
Schon
remember
wieder.
before the darkness overtook you?
He looked at me with his one eye and laughed.
Sehr gut.
As he burned.
Sounds very traumatic.
Ich will ihn auch haben.
You have night.
Das klingt nach einem guten Spielzeug.
Quite
You,
enough of
Timmy?
you two coming in here with your camera, trying to make a buck out of our suffering. I won't have it.
Mr. Tadlock, just a couple more questions. Timmy, do you think you will ever be what we can
No,
call
no, you've had your
normal
question.
again?
And now
Ist die mies,
you
ey.
can cry with all 3 of his eyes.
Calm down, you're
I will
Do you
not-
think your parents will ever really love you again?
Right, that's it. Enough. Come on, baby.
Okay, wir müssen gleich zurückschalten. Wow! Dinge eskalieren. Cut it! Cut!
There you have it, Megan. Just one of the
Nee, draufbleiben, draufbleiben.
frightful tragedy that has shaken our nation.
I'm bleeding, am I not?
Thank you, Robin. Harrowing stuff.
And many questions to be answered by Sophia Remington in the coming days and months, I'd wager. How will she turn this crisis around?
So, Jeremy, what are the warning signs a consumer should look out for when they're spotting a dangerous toy?
Well, Megan, experts advise to always check for the new advanced mark, which guarantee a level of safety and quality.
Yeah, can we just get a close-up on camera 3 here? So if we take a look at this National Nightly News mug, you should see the mark just on the base of it there.
In the wake of the scandal, the government were praised for their swift response in bringing in this set of stringent checks and new products.
It certainly is good to know that someone's watching out for our families. When we come back, our very own Patrick Bannon will be live from the sports board.
Ob das so gut gehen will mit den Advanced-Leuten?
To miss it.
We'll be back after these messages.
Ich hab so ein bisschen Schiss.
1 minute back.
Oh, sorry, I'm bursting.
Ja, oh fuck, es war der richtige. Es war B. Okay, B als erstes.
Very good.
Crazy Neil. Hell yeah. Ist unser Partner.
Jeremy, women are coming.
I'm more worried about this water dripping onto my head.
Dem gehört unser halbes Haus, so gefühlt. Sehr gut.
Alex, Boson, we're getting reports in that naked protesters might try and spoil the sports board final by waving their fleshy bits about. Try and make sure you don't broadcast it. It's 6
Titties.
for God's sake. No one wants to see fannies on the news.
Replay? Also, können das nochmal spielen. Ne. Okay, Titties im Sportsteil. Got it. Aber wir müssen das irgendwann noch anschalten, wenn das zu heiß wird wahrscheinlich. Kann das sein? Okay, das Ding läuft gerade. Crazy Neil. Als nächstes müssen wir die 1 spielen.
Yes.
Yes, I understand, but I always say welcome back.
I think we should just keep it as it is.
Well, of course you do. I've got one hack line.
What's that supposed to mean? I didn't write it, Jeremy.
Yes, all right, fine. Jenny, there's something wrong with the auto cue.
10
Oh, I
seconds.
just felt a drip again. Have they not fixed this?
Want to see us fry? It's good for the ratings.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolf. Coming up later, we'll be speaking to the Prime Ministers about their exciting new healthcare facilities, transition centres.
Nice to see they care.
You're absolutely right, Jeremy. But first, we're going now to our own Patrick Bannon, who's reporting live from the finals of the new game that's gripping the nation, Sports Board. Patrick?
That's right, Megan, you
Sports Board.
final the first annual Sports Board Championship. It's been a hotly contested competition so far. I think it's fair to say these two have been dancing around each other all season. First up, we have Ellie Striker. She's the more experienced of our two players today. Striker has got an accuracy of 7, a danger rating of K, and a 12-month driving ban. Striker's known for her signature move, the lanky hamster. And facing her tonight, hoping to prove himself with a career record of 12 outs, 14 finishes, and a divorce pending, it's Mr. Wingspan himself, Tommy, the Fingernail Harris. Just waiting on the ref now. The slapping ceremony is taking part. Still going on. Striker, of course, first to start as she won the trivia round earlier on by some.
Was zur Hölle passiert?
Harris, perhaps the brawn and not the brain. Stupid.
Was spielen die überhaupt?
Nice start there from Striker. She's determined not to let the nerves show. Not after last time. On to Mr. Harris now. Tommy. Using his arm to pick up the ball.
The fuck ist dieses Spiel?
Not a bad shot there from Harris. Back to Striker.
Was zur Hölle? Was passiert?
Number 3. All right.
Oh, Buddy-Schuss. Yo!
Not bad if you ask me.
Don't know why you complain. To Harris.
Bit of business with the ref, but it got sorted out. Back to Harris now. A ball in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Football. Move back.
I'd say that's fair, but what do I know?
Verdammt.
Oh no!
Ja!
Be happy with that. So really not a good start there for Tommy Harris in round 1. We can only hope the round 2 treats with it.
Wait, hat er gerade einen Ball reingemacht und sie freut sich? Wait, what? Ich verstehe die Regeln eindeutig nicht von dem Spiel.
Now we have the ceremonial changing of the ends.
Ich weiß nicht, was passiert. Ich muss das andere Ding ein bisschen leiser drehen. Ey.
And of course now they go back to the starting positions, as that makes sense.
Was zur Hölle ist dieses Spiel?
Striker giving it large.
Second round. Double. Harris.
Winter round 2 now with Harris. Okay, we seem to have some sort of streak on the pitch.
Oh Gott, ja, wir haben die Titty-Shows. Oh Gott, jetzt müssen wir die da irgendwie aus dem Bild raushalten.
Across her breasts and arse. Try and ignore all of that security. I'm sure we're going to take them out as soon as possible. Apologise if we broadcast any of that. As I said, we're going to...
Ja, shit. Ah, fuck, Tits.
They're trying to carry on play, but it's... I'm struggling to...
Alles gut, war nur ein bisschen Titties zu sehen. Ist alles in bester Ordnung?
And women's body...
Good.
Yeah. All right, great. Okay,
Did it.
back into round 2 now, and Harry's absolutely determined to close that massive gap. Eddie Striker.
Hi,
You know,
Lisa.
it's just some of the tightest...
Ja, sehr gut.
ever.
Auf jeden Fall sehr lustig.
Yes.
Es ist in der Tat The fuck war das? Es ist in der Tat vielleicht nicht das perfekte Spiel zum Streamen, weil du kannst nicht viel nebenbei irgendwas anderes tun, außer... The fuck? Excuse me. Ich weiß nicht, was passiert. Hilf, bitte.
I don't know about you at home, but I'm finding the technical mastering display here absolutely blooming jaw-dropping. The ref has spotted something in Harris's neck or head. And Harris is having an absolute shocker. What a miserable start for Tommy Harris. But he is a late bloomer, of course, the boys said that. And after all, it is a game of two halves.
Ja, kann ich auch nicht verstehen, Gatschin.
But now, of course, it's time for the halftime show.
Die haben auf jeden Fall sau viel Spaß gehabt während dem ganzen Shit, ey. Das siehst du.
On my whistle, on my whistle. Must be some music here to start the halftime show.
Aber ich kann es auf jeden Fall empfehlen, das Spiel. Oh Gott, noch mehr Ärsche. Oh Gott, shit. Dude ohne Hose. Wir schaffen es irgendwie, den auszublenden. Garantiert. Gott, no, fuck, ist überall zu sehen. Shit. I'm sorry. Ach so, mich in Dude-Arsch. Jetzt machen wir nicht so. Oh Gott, da. Genitals flying around. Alles gut, alles in bester Ordnung, wir haben alles im Griff. Was passiert? Das ist eine sehr gute Frage, Cefix, die ich nicht beantworten kann. Das ist der Untertitel des Spiels, glaube ich.
And as we head into round 3, I'd love to know what's going on in these two players' heads. But unfortunately, because of science, we can't. Thank you. Not bad.
So, sie ist dran, oder? Was ist das Ziel des Spiels? Den Ball da reinwerfen, oder? Ich habe nicht gesehen, was passiert ist. Komm. Der geht rein und ich filme es jetzt. Perfekt, pass auf.
And it dribbled down his arm, which is actually a really good move, because of course if it dribbles down his arm and goes on the floor, it's not going in the bucket.
Oh, es geht darum, das Ding nicht reinzuwerfen. Oh. Wirklich? Ist das die Regel? Nee, das war zu extrem. Das kann man nicht filmen. Ich weiß nicht, was passiert.
Harris to serve now. Harris, of course, undefeated by Kestrel in his last 4 bouts. So, here we go.
Help!
Tommy Harris.
Shit! Ich weiß nicht, was passiert.
That's all right. Not bad there. He threw it quite far away from him, which is quite a good idea. Very clever there. Perhaps a little contact, a caution from the referee, who's being, if you ask me, a little bit harsh. Ellie Striker. And she's let the nerves get to her. What the hell was that? You hate to see it, don't you? You cannot believe it. Oh, for God's sake. Okay.
Oh Gott, schon wieder. Ah, wieder Ärsche und Titten. No. Okay. Da. Alles gut, sorry, es war ein bisschen viel hin und her geklicke.
I mean, there's only so much you can do. They're sort of everywhere, aren't they? All right, I'll try and carry on. The players are trying to carry on, but of course it's difficult because these protesters, hopefully we can get them taken off soon so we can carry on with the match. Nonsense is going on here.
Ich hab tensiert.
Yes.
On time.
Yes, very good. Take them away. Bloody wasters. Absolute wasters.
Das ist Multitasking Deluxe, ey. Meine beiden Gehirnzellen sind gerade all over the place. Da muss ich hin. Ja, sorry.
It's an absolute bloody... Okay, and now we're going to go into the final round. And of course, as it's a Tuesday, the final round is a mime round. Who could believe it? Nice imaginary shot there from Harris. It really could go in.
Die Pantomimenrunde. Klassiker, man kennt sie. Aus jeder Sportart.
The bucket getting moved back to its proper place. About time, if you ask me. She's juggling it around from her hands. Interesting. and she's put it in her mouth like as if it was an egg, and now she's and she spat it out. She did the egg spit. So a wonderful move there, quite late on.
Illegal spit.
From Striker, but she's in it to win it.
Harris's ball.
On it like a car bonnet. Tommy.
Ich habe so viele Fragen.
A bit of beef. And he's peeling it as if it were a banana, which is an interesting move. Not sure if he hasn't had his potassium or what's going on today with Harris. And he's throwing it, and the banana was the ball! What a fantastic move there from Harris. Unfortunately, that is the end. What a pathetic, there we go, Jeremy, that is over. How can he look his 8-year-old son in the face tonight? What a lump. We just have to wait for the referee now to announce it to make sure it is all official.
Contestants in, please. And the winner of the first annual Sports Board Championship is...
Mach's nicht so spannend.
Okay, the ref has agreed once again.
Yeah, alle haben gewonnen. Hell yeah.
Win the Sports Board Championship. I'm going to be celebrating tonight.
Oder schlafen gehen, aber ich glaube schon mal. Macht es.
Wonderful victory for me.
Ist sogar, glaube ich, aktuell im Xbox. Wait, Moment. Mein alles explodiert. Oh, warte mal. Ich muss. Okay, gut. Das ist passiert anscheinend.
An extraordinary final.
Was zur Hölle war das?
Poor Jeremy.
I didn't know you were a fan.
Yeah, I can wrench a doubler with the best of them, I'll have you know.
I certainly wouldn't bet against you.
When we come back, I'll be talking live with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, who apparently have a big announcement you wouldn't want to miss.
Ah, wir müssen jetzt A spielen, ne? Als nächstes.
1 minute back.
Fucking microphone shocked me.
What?
Fucking microphone just shocked me. Where's that sound guy?
Ah, so, jetzt aber. Sorry, Lisa.
Okay.
Schön, dass du hier warst. Vielen lieben Dank für den Follow.
You'll be fine.
Und ja, ich kann es dir empfehlen.
I'm immune.
Ist auf jeden Fall saulustig.
I'm wearing you down.
Und es ist, glaube ich, im Xbox PC Game Pass, glaube ich, sogar drin.
Some of your controls might be a bit dangerous. Now I know you're tough and you can take the odd shock for the sake of a perfect news broadcast, but too many in quick succession can stop the old ticker. I'm sure you'll make the right decisions. Boozman out.
Oh, cool. Wenn wir zu oft Strom abkriegen, sterben wir. Kann man irgendwie neu starten oder so?
Minister, it's so good to see you again.
Miss Wolf, your star seems to be in the ascendant.
It's a great time to be alive.
Bloody right, Peter.
Megan Wolf.
Man, but that's a firm handshake.
Somit kann man irgendwo anders hinschieben, by the way. Ich wüsste nicht, wohin gerade.
Here with Mr. Clement on your left.
Right you are, pet. Is your seat damp?
10 seconds, everybody.
No, mine's fine. Have you had a little accident?
Cheeky cow.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. I am delighted to be joined by Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. Welcome to the National Nightly News, Prime Ministers.
Oh, please, it's just Julia and Peter.
We don't believe much in titles. It doesn't seem very advanced.
We're delighted to be here.
Well, firstly, I should ask how you feel about the graffiti that's been springing up across
Alles
the capital.
pritzelt.
Should we be worried?
Oh, no, you definitely shouldn't be worried.
Well, not unless you've got a fatal paint allergy anyway.
But yes, it does seem that there are still some people we haven't been able to help.
You know, whinges mostly.
People who've yet to benefit from the many advantages of the new future.
And you know, Megan, as my old mum used to say, there are some pissants who just don't know how to be happy.
We're working hard to reach these people, find out what they're angry about and how we can help. The door to my government is always open.
Someone's dripping on me.
Kommt jetzt auch schon Wasser ab.
Here to talk about what may yet turn out to be some alternative arts project.
Ich glaube, unsere fucking Zentrale fällt gleich auseinander. Kann das sein?
When we want to talk to the nation about something far more exciting.
Yes, your office briefed us that you have an announcement to make, but they were being surprisingly secretive about it.
Let me ask you a question, Megan.
Oh, okay, it's not usually how it works, but...
What scares you? I mean, really scares you?
It's death.
Haie.
She's talking about death.
Haie.
We're all afraid of our deaths. It's part of being human.
Sorry, are you saying
ultimate advance have cured death.
That'll be a vote winner. Yep, that's definitely a vote.
Autsch.
But while we may not
Ich habe nur einen kleinen Schock abbekommen. Alles
we
gut.
found a way to make it much less
Ow.
scary.
And much less painful and much less expensive. Look, which is me close-up camera.
Oh,
okay?
sorry, yes, it's camera 4 up there.
When I was 13, me mum came and got me from school. He had to go to the hospital. Me granddad, he'd collapsed that morning, so we'd all to say our goodbyes. And I went in to see him. We were all frail and pale. And I was scared because I'd only seen him the week before, and he'd been fit as fiddle. And he said to me, Peter, he said, it's the right time. I don't ever want to be a burden to the people I love.
Was that the last time you saw him?
Nope, 3 days later he were back home. He lived with us for 9 miserable years after that. He had to be fed with a rubber spoon. He had a commode, so he'd just take a shit right there in the lounge while we were watching TV.
Bah, das hält nicht. Ich war ja wohl sowas von. Goddammit.
Oh, it was awful. It were awful for us, and this is the point. It were awful for him. He could see it was destroying me, man, watching him slowly fade away, and he would beg her to turn off his breathing equipment at night, but she couldn't, or she wouldn't. It were a crime, you see. And she didn't want to lose the...
Suddenly, Thema aktive Sterbehilfe. Sehr cool.
Like Peter's did. And now no family will have to. The health service is today opening the first of 300 new transition centres.
The transition centres will handle everything for your last days. The legal, financial, medical and emotional costs.
Transition from what to what? Life to death?
The government. So even the poorest citizen gets to pass on with dignity when they choose.
And that choice is important. This is a service only for people who choose it. For people who feel they've run their course and don't want to burden themselves or their families with a slow, long, humiliating decline.
It's just given me an electric shock.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I think it's from my asshole.
Oh, we're still on the air, Peter.
No, yes. Sorry. My apologies. Oh.
Are you not worried that this new
Ja.
system might be open to abuse?
In what way?
Ist,
Sorry. I've got sacked again. Can I get a little bit of help here?
Autsch. Okay, das.
You might feel somewhat.
Ich habe nur einen kleinen Schlag bekommen.
That one was massive. Right, no.
Fucking Christ.
Sorry, that the older generation might feel.
Ich bin nur ein bisschen am Sterben. Alles gut. Fuck.
Days eating gourmet food and drinking fine wine and luxury spas and gardens.
Look, I am perfectly capable of... with a rusty twat.
Prime Minister, please watch your language.
For fuck's sake.
Go get yourself sorted out.
Right.
We're launching a government information film tonight. It should tell your viewers everything they need to know.
You really do move at a breathless pace.
Boah, das habe ich nicht gesehen.
Go, Megan.
Okay, aber so seht ihr gar nicht, welche der Knöpfe gerade britzeln, wenn ich über der Kamera bin. Über den Knöpfen bin.
Jeremy.
Right, yes, that's all we have time for tonight. Thank yous go out to our guests. Congratulations to all the winners at the Sports Board final. And we'll see you tomorrow night at the same time. My name's Jeremy Donaldson. If you can, have a peaceful night.
And we're out. Good job, everybody.
Ja, ich habe nur, was nicht, 4.000 Kilowatt abbekommen.
It's my nephew, so he transitioned the moment I saw the leak.
Ja gut, BDB. Naja, immerhin, ne? Ist wieder laut. Okay. Das war ein Ritt. Das war ein wilder Ritt. Financial report. You have received your full wages, current wealth, well off. Shares, ND, nach oben und alle 3 anderen nach unten. Wir hatten Werbung gespielt für ND. Ne, Quatsch, ND ist ja... Ist ND nicht Crazy Neil? Neil's Deals, doch. Das ist IOB. PC war diese Pleasure-Verein. Was war RS Nummer? Great hat es endlich geschafft, Werbebanner in die App zu integrieren. Wait, es gibt Werbebanner in der Twitch-App? Okay, die Ansicht von, wie hieß sie noch? Advance sind gestiegen. Oh, diese Faust, die, das ist so eine Revolutionsvereinigung wahrscheinlich, ne? Da haben wir gesehen, die haben dieses Zeichen überall versprüht in den Städten. Ich konnte nicht genau zuhören, was die getrieben haben, aber das scheint so eine neu aufstrebende, ja, so eine Vereinigung zu sein. Und was ist Tsch? Was ist Tsch? Tsch? Weiß man nicht. Ja. Den Herz ist gebrochen. Ja, mein Beileid, ey. Ja, wir können das nochmal neu spielen und halt zuhören, weil das Broadcast, da können wir jetzt hier genau die einzelnen Dinger nochmal uns anhören, die passiert sind. Advert. Wir können uns mal den... Was hat Crazy Neil eigentlich da so erzählt?
This is Crazy Neil's extra exciting bed and crazy cushion Easter extravaganza. We're going to give you crazy bed prices. You want just a mattress. We're going to ship them. They're water damaged. And we don't mean a little light drizzle. We mean soaking. They're taking up space. This has got the crazy feel of an Easter Neil deal. We've got beds, cushions, beds with cushions, beds without cushions, beds with curtains, bedside tables, pictures you can put on your wall, cushions that when you lick them, they'll light up your life. A bed that helps you to levitate. Come on down to Crazy Neil this Easter. Don't be lazy. Let's get crazy. You want to sleep on your lawn?
Das war eine sehr gute Entscheidung, mit diesem Mann zu partnern. Ich fühle... Ich fühle mich sehr sicher mit dieser Entscheidung. Ich starre auf die Schnauze. Ich bin am Blitz geleckt. I mean... Er ist halt crazy. Er ist Crazy Neil. Ich würde ihm alles abkaufen. Same. The Joy of Screws. What the fuck? Den haben wir nicht gespielt, glaube ich, in da, oder?
From the iconic A2 stainless steel posi drive wood screw to the M1 2mm slotted countersunk screw, the Joy of Screws is your key to a world of sticky fixings. Start collecting today and celebrate the nation's most well-known and best-loved pieces of hardware with your copy of the Joy of Screws. Every week, you'll add another exclusive fastener to your collection, like the flathead self-flange bump screw.
Oh, kriegen wir Schrauben, Lootboxen zugeschickt jede Woche?
And that's only the beginning. The Pan Phillips slotted head washer washing nut, the M25 3mm finishing pin, the cast iron hexagonal fixing screw, and many more. Every week, alongside your ironmongery, you'll get this.
Schrauben sammeln ist quasi das Real-Life-Äquivalent zum Pokémon sammeln. Sind wir mal ganz ehrlich.
This detailed guide will bring to life some of your favorite metalworking moments. Start your collection today and we'll send you the first 8 editions with no postage or packing. That's right, no postage, no packing. Plus you'll also receive
Einfach Schrauben in den Briefkasten reingeworfen. Hier, viel Spaß damit. Briefmarke ist nicht Metal genug. Ich fange, glaube ich, auch an, Schrauben zu sammeln. Ich will jetzt wissen, was Check Your Prostate. Ich meine, es ist einfach nur ein guter Hinweis für die Gesundheit unserer.
From benign prostate enlargement. Come on. I'm Tommy the Fingernail Harris, sporting legend. I've got it all. 4 world championships, 2 cars, a bidet, and an enlarged prostate gland. Your prostate is a small gland, about the size of a cherry tomato, located between your penis and your wee bag. If the prostate becomes enlarged, it can put pressure on the bladder. This can cause trouble starting to pee, and it can cause laundry-based trouble between you and your she-demon of an ex-wife. So what caused this big old prostate in your bum? Well, sorry, me and the doctors, we don't know. But I can tell you, as you get older, your body changes, and that's okay. If you're worried about your swollen bum sack, book an appointment for God's sake.
I mean, true.
The procedure is easy, it's quick, and it's not gay. I'm Tommy the Fingernail Harris. Rectums, check them.
True. Wenn wir hier ein bisschen Werbung dafür machen können, dass ihr euch bitte für nach Prostatakrebs untersuchen lasst, dann ja, dann machen wir das sehr gerne. Do it. Okay. Genug für die öffentliche Gesundheit getan. Mein Kaffee ist kalt. Ist ein bisschen schwer bei dem Game, andere Dinge zu tun, außer panisch zu werden. Lass mal gerade noch meinen Kaffee in mein Mikro reinwerfen. Das Game lädt eh mal 20 Minuten. Es sei denn, es geht jetzt sofort weiter mit der nächsten Fernsehgeschichte. Aber ich glaube, jetzt kommt erstmal noch eine Sektion, wo wir wahrscheinlich wieder normale Entscheidungen treffen müssen. Your Bombsack. Aber sein Name und die Werbung suggerieren nicht gerade, was er sagte. It's not gay. Gay question mark? Wait, what? Okay, Moment.
Alex, oh thank God you're alive. It's Jenny, the floor manager. Are you okay? Alex, you need to get it together. Look at the broadcast screen. Just look at it. That's all we've been putting out since you went down. You have to fix it, now. Look left, Alex, out the window. See? They're all over it, little bastards. You're going to need a full charge to clear that many off. Hold down the big button until it's fully charged. Then release it to zap the little fuckers.
What the fuck?
They must have built up while you were napping. Usually it only takes a tap on the button to clear one. Look, there's a lone one climbing now. Zap it off before it starts to mess up the signal again. Great. That seems to be the last of them. For now. Right. We're about a minute out. Get the adverts loaded up. I've got to deal with my pet idiot. And Alex, keep your ears open. You'll hear them climbing up the tower. Don't let them build up.
Internal use only. Employee training video? I don't know. Occupational hazards? Sure.
No professionalism.
Crazy mushings. Crazy Niels shares his philosophies. Yeah, sure.
Everything is very
Reflections.
ramshackle and characterful, and I expect you.
Eye of Beholder von mir aus.
Of course, Megan's place looked lovely.
Ist es wirklich fucking Lockdown?
With boyfriend going.
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic comedy.
Oh, die tun wirklich von zu Hause aus. Da kann ich kann pausieren. Okay. Warte mal kurz. Ich bin sofort zurück. Okay, Frage. Okay. Okay, Frage. Haben die wirklich, ist einfach wirklich während dem die Videoaufnahmen für das Spiel gemacht haben, ist währenddessen Corona ausgebrochen und die haben einfach von zu Hause aus weitergemacht und sagen, fuck it? Das wäre. Anyway, Sir, ich bin sofort zurück da. Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht, Jackie. Schlaf schön. Sweet Dreams. Schön, dass du hier warst. Ich wünsche dir süße Träume und einen schönen Tag morgen. Nie gedacht, dass Binding of Isaac Rebirth so rotten schwer wird. Ich kann nichts dazu sagen. Ich habe legit Binding of Isaac den allerersten. Ich habe zweimal Mom besiegt. Das war's. Ich bin nicht gut in Binding of Isaac. Absolut nicht. Also für mich sind die alle sauschwer. I don't know, maybe. Right? Also zumindest, ich dachte zuerst Lockdown, okay, irgendwas ist in der Welt passiert. In deren Timeline quasi. Aber anscheinend geht es einfach straight up um Corinna. Was okay ist. Ich meine, wir müssen alle irgendwie weiterarbeiten in der Zeit. Oder die meisten von uns haben das zumindest. So, Moment. Mein Kaffeegedöns ist fertig. Okay. Ich habe so mit einem Kumpel gespielt, die Fliegen waren einfach immer zu schnell. Hat die nie getroffen. Ja, es gibt so ein paar Feinde, die sind einfach arschig zu treffen. That is true. Also, wir müssen jetzt noch. Haben wir Videotapes rausgesucht? Ich weiß es gar nicht mehr. Videotapes raussuchen und dann warten, bis es losgeht.
Her looks stupid.
Yes, I can hear her.
Ja.
She says she's not talking to you.
Yes, I know, I can hear her.
Shall I count us in?
Make it so.
Okay, 10 seconds. Break a leg, everyone.
Preferably a furry one.
5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolfe. Our main stories tonight.
Snugglefox? It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehugs toys woke up simultaneously in factories worldwide and began searching for their husbands. The Mr. Snugglehugs we have so short-sightedly destroyed. And now, as this photograph suggests, they may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
Armed with blunt weapons, the Mrs.
Wait, wait, what? Ich krieg doch.
able to be kicked away.
Wait. Ich glaube, das Game ist. Ja, das Game ist gecrashed. What the fuck? Wait. What? Ich dachte für einen Augenblick, weil es kam auch eine kleine Fehlermeldung im Game. Und ich dachte ganz kurz, das wäre in-game. Das wäre Teil des Spiels gewesen, aber ich glaube, es ist einfach legit gecrashed. Furby Outbreak, nicht Corona. Piu! Ich hoffe mal, es hat gespeichert und wir können jetzt einfach da bei der nächsten Geschichte weitermachen. Zu Beginn dieser mit diesem Broadcast. Das waren die Viecher auf der Antenne. Die sahen mehr aus wie so, keine Ahnung, kleine Chucky die Mörderpuppe ohne Klamotten an. Aber es ist wahrscheinlich das Gleiche. Aber ist das jetzt passiert, weil wir die am Anfang advertised haben? Oder wäre das so oder so passiert? Wahrscheinlich, ne? Das wäre halt übelst, wenn man zu Beginn halt Entscheidungen trifft und das so in 4000 verschiedene Story-Richtungen abdriften könnte. Jesus, Harry, facefucker. It looked like a game didn't close probably. If you're experiencing any issues, please reach out. Warum werde ich begrüßt mit Jesus, Harry, facefucker? What the fuck is happening? Okay. Wir machen hier wieder weiter. Das war weird. Und das ist Prime Minister im Interview gesagt, ich muss den manchmal bewusst nicht zuhören, damit ich mich auf das Spiel konzentrieren kann. Aber es ist gut, dass ihr zuhört. Weil genau solche Geschichten müsst ihr mich, glaube ich, manchmal up to date halten. Okay. Wir versuchen das nochmal. Day question mark. The Lockdown. Okay, können wir jetzt auf jeden Fall. Oh, ach, sind die nicht da? Oh, das Tutorial ist schon vorbei quasi. Wir können jetzt direkt quasi normal anfangen. Okay, wir können gucken, was mit den Go-Getters auf sich hat. Und dann...
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with the boyfriend going?
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic comedy.
Gut. Da, wo elektrogeschockt wurde. Ja, da passiert... Da sind so viele Dinge geschehen. Ich konnte nicht ganz mithalten. Ihr haltet die Ohren offen. Ihr erzählt mir die Geschichte. Und ich halte das Fernsehen auf dem Laufenden, ja?
5, 4, 3...
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Snugglefox? It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehug's toys woke up simultaneously in
Snugglefox
and began searching for their husbands. The Mr. Snugglehugs we had so short-sightedly destroyed. And now
ich stelle die jetzt positiv dar. Ich weiß nicht warum.
they may be changing tactics.
Ich bin dafür, dass die Respekt vor den Snugglefucks haben. Hugs.
Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
Armed with blunt weapons, the Mrs. Snugglehugs are only ankle height and therefore able to be kicked away easily by young, healthy individuals. They do, however, pose a particular risk to the elderly or those with pre-existing medical conditions like fatal bruise syndrome.
Going stir crazy with no
Schon wieder.
signs of
Wait. Was zur Hölle? Warum crasht das Game jetzt an der Stelle immer? Why? No. Please don't. Oh. Mein Rechner ist noch leicht überfordert, glaube ich, gerade. Müsste ich mal gerade vielleicht das Game auf Steam einmal verifizieren, dass die ganzen Files sauber sind? Kommt meine Platte nicht hinterher? Das kann ich mir fast nicht vorstellen. Verify Integrity of Game Files. Kleinen Moment mal gerade. Kurze Pause. Meine Damen und Herren, wir haben technische Schwierigkeiten. Ich bitte um Ihre Aufmerksamkeit und Ihr Verständnis. Wir sind in wenigen Minuten zurück. Mit den Tagesthemen. Ich kann aber auch vielleicht mal. Wir unterbrechen diese Nachrichtensendung für eine kleine Flötenpause. Komm mal hier, Gadget, ey. On point. Mein Rechner kotzt auch aus irgendwelchen Gründen gerade. Warte mal ganz kurz. Ja. Ja, ich sehe, dass anscheinend irgendwas in meinem Browser aufgehangen hat und der einfach meine komplette Hardware blockiert. What the fuck? Yep. Yep. Okay, ich bin ja auch so der Mensch, der einfach 4000 Tabs auf seinem Browser offen hat, aber normalerweise geht das gut. So viele alte machbar Flöten in der Queue. Ich muss, glaube ich, ausschalten, dass die in der Queue bleiben, oder? Ich kann, glaube ich, alle mal abhaken. Ich mache jetzt für alle. Im Lurk bei der Info, der gesamte Stream hing auch. Ja, ich glaube, mein Rechner ist einfach, glaube ich, gerade hart überfordert und er konnte irgendwie die Files in dem Augenblick nicht sauber lesen und deswegen war einfach alles RIP. So. Meine Hardware-Auslastung ist immer noch nicht überschaubar. Nicht so genial, aber gut, kann gut sein, dass er jetzt gerade rechnet, weil er die ganzen Files von dem Game halt einmal verifiziert. Wieder am Schlaflurk. Grüße an den Schlaflurk. Ich sehe aber auch gerade, das Game ist einfach 50 GB groß, weil die ganzen Videofiles wahrscheinlich recht groß sind alle. Okay. Ja, wir lassen den mal ganz kurz rechnen und schauen, ob da alles passt. Könnt nebenbei mal noch was machen. Ja. Ich habe auch relativ viele externe Festplatten. Und ich habe so ein Gefühl, manchmal, wenn die alle gleichzeitig angeschlossen sind, zieht das die Performance auch so ein bisschen runter. Spurre, spurre. Ja, und sonst so? Tragen Sie eigentlich einen Sakko? Das ist eine Sakköse in der Tat. Ich muss ja, wenn ich schon hier mich als als Nachrichteneditor sitze ich ja einfach nur im Raum und mache nichts. Ich wollte einfach nur einen auf Nachrichtensprecher machen, okay? Herzlich willkommen zu den Tagesthemen heute. Präsentiert von Onkel Wintar. Höchstpersönlich. Sport. Der erste und zweite und dritte Eintracht Scheiblingen heute im Sportsball Turnier gegen den ersten FC Schrankwand. Wir schalten nun rüber, live, zu unserem Reporter Gajin. Gajin, wie sieht das Rennen aus? Dankeschön, Dankeschön. Und nun zu unserem heutigen Sondersegment. Begrüßen Sie mit mir im Studio Jesus, höchstpersönlich, bekannt aus der Show Frühstück mit Jesus. Ich mag Sakkos, aber ich kann keine Sakkos tragen. Das ist ganz einfach so. Die Arme durch die, ne, wie ein normale Jacke. Wieso nicht? Das, es gibt, okay. Sakkos sind ein schwieriges Thema, styling-technisch. Mach mich vielleicht unbeliebt damit. Aber es gibt so die die Steve Jobs-Leute, die einfach. Ist das überhaupt Steve Jobs? Ich weiß gar nicht. Einfach nur. Oder so die Silicon Valley IT-Business-Menschen. So Nerd-Shirt und dann Sakko. Oder weißes T-Shirt und dann so. Du magst keine tragen, okay. Das steht da, das ist richtig. Warum nicht? Probier's mal. Zu Business ist halt die Frage, ne? Ich würde so nicht auf die Arbeit gehen. Weil, fuck that. Für euch allerdings, Chat, ist das eine andere Geschichte, you know? Bei euch gibt's da andere Regeln. Die Schulterpolster. Es gibt auch welche ohne. Also das da ist jetzt wirklich so ein klassisches Sportscaster Gedöns, ne? Aber ich habe auch ich habe quasi fast das gleiche aus einem mehr legeren Stoff, sag ich mal. Das trägt sich quasi wie eine normale Jacke. Wie so eine Stoffjacke quasi. Hat denselben Stil, ist auch schick. Nicht ganz so auf dem Schickheitsniveau, würde ich sagen, aber es geht auch. Ist aber Geschmackssache auf jeden Fall. Und ich verstehe, was du meinst mit der Beweglichkeit. Aber ich finde, es ist halt ein bisschen gecheatet. Es lässt die Schultern und somit das Kreuz breiter aussehen. Und das ist halt, glaube ich, das Ding bei der ganzen Geschichte. Sieht halt so ganz gut. Also da sieht man es zumindest jetzt wegen dem Licht hinten dran. Das ist wohl auch Sinn, dass du halt dir ein breiteres Kreuz irgendwie baust, als du wirklich hast. Das ist gecheatet. Dem Mann wird ein Sollbild auferlegt. Du weißt, groß gebaut, braun gebrannt, 100 Kilo Schrampelwammt. Und so kann ich so machen, als wäre ich buffer, als ich bin. Also lieber zum Sakko, Muckibude. Dann lieber Sakko. Oder ein bisschen was von beidem. Also, wenn ich jetzt auch abends weggehen würde mit Freunden oder so. Ich würde mir zumindest zweimal überlegen, ob ich so ein Ding anziehe. Für den Joke ist das cool, aber ich weiß, was du meinst. Ich war für den Joke, aber es hat halt schon Style. Aber genau wie halt, keine Ahnung, wenn jetzt Mädels sich irgendwie ein feines Kleid anziehen, die sind meistens nicht bequem, aber es ist halt, you know, ist halt unter Umständen scheiß Eis. Und da denke ich mir, kann man als Kerl mal ruhig was zurückgeben, ne? Wenn die alle so schnatze aussehen und sind wir mal ganz ernsthaft, du gehst vor die Tür und gehst irgendwie weg, also als er das noch konnte und jetzt vielleicht wieder darf, du gehst in eine Kneipe, du gehst ins Kino, du gehst ins Theater, du gehst in ein Restaurant, du gehst in der Disse, du gehst irgendwo hin und Mädels gehen weg und die schnatzen sich halt zu. Mein lieber Herr Gesangsverein, da kann man ruhig als Kerl auch mal so ein bisschen, ne, das Niveau versuchen mitzuhalten. Das schaffen wir nicht, weil wir Menschen, die ohne Brust geboren wurden, also ohne, können halt nicht ganz mithalten. Und ja, gut, vielleicht auch nicht das natürliche, wunderbare, warme Lächeln einer Frau, aber wir können dumm grinsen dafür. Kann man zumindest versuchen, ne, ein bisschen was daher zu machen. Aber es ist Geschmackssache im Endeffekt. Die Frage ist immer, wie viel deines persönlichen Komforts willst du dafür preisgeben, oder aufgeben, besser gesagt, gut auszusehen. Es ist immer eine Balance zwischen Gemütlichkeit und wie würde man denn sagen? Zwischen Gemütlichkeit, weil es ist ja nicht nur eine Kleidungssache. Okay, all files successfully validated. Okay, ich habe genug dumm gelabert. Kommt auf die Situation an, manchmal ist es aber auch Overkill. Ja klar, absolut. Ist absolut situationsabhängig. Bin ich vollkommen bei dir. Dingel! Ich habe keine Erfahrung mit Weggehen. Du hast keine Erfahrung mit Weggehen. Probier's mal mit Gemüse. Anonym und Dingel. Hi ihr zwei, wie geht's? Schön, dass ihr hier seid. So, jetzt versuchen wir das nochmal. In der Hoffnung, dass ich mein System, jetzt nicht zu scheiß dabei. Danke, Dinge. Ich mag dein Hemd auch. Also ich schätze mal. Wenn du es anhast, dann mag ich's. Ich war noch nie in einem Club oder irgendwie sowas. Kein Interesse daran? Komm, du mal ins Saarland, Kollege. Wenn man Party hart, kannst du aber glauben. Aber neben Travis mit? Oh, mach mir einen drauf. Kannst du aber glauben, ey. Oh. Das Game ist nicht so sauber programmiert, habe ich das Gefühl, ey. Ich war noch nie in einem Club oder sowas. Ich mag keine Partys. Fremde Menschen sind scary. I mean, true. Können. Und ja, es ist nicht immer einfach, sich unter Fremde zu begeben. Man kann sich aber daran gewöhnen. Vielleicht nicht jeder. Je nachdem, ne, wie man aufgewachsen ist, was für Erfahrungen man gemacht hat. Vielleicht negative. Es ist vielleicht nicht immer so einfach. Okay. Wir versuchen das jetzt nochmal. Das Game ist uns eben zweimal gecrashed hier.
Everything is where it should be. It's ramshackle and characterful, and I expect you to know the difference. Of course Megan's place looked lovely, but I can't see it, can I?
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with the boyfriend going?
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic comedy.
Jeremy, Jenny says your hair looks stupid.
Yes, I can hear her.
She says she's not talking to you.
Yes, I know, I can hear her.
Shall I count us in?
Make it so.
Okay, 10 seconds. Break a leg, everyone.
Preferably a furry one.
5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolfe. Our main stories tonight.
Snugglefox? It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehug's toys woke up simultaneously in factories worldwide and began searching for their husbands. The Mr. Snugglehugs were so short-sighted.
So, Daumen drücken. Please don't crash, game. Please don't crash.
They may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
Armed with blunt weapons, the Mrs. Snugglehugs are only ankle height and therefore able to be kicked away easily by young, healthy individuals. They do, however, pose a particular risk to the elderly or those with pre-existing medical conditions like fatal bruise syndrome.
Going stir crazy? With no signs of Mrs. Snugglehug's batteries running out and the government lockdown now in its 31st day, domestic relationships across the country are taking some unexpected turns.
Dramatic reports are beginning to emerge of uncharacteristically bold behaviour in homes across the country. And we're not talking about the model planes that occupy so much time in the Donaldson household.
With dating options limited, many house sharers, in particular students, are finding solace in co-tenants they'd previously rejected as unfuckable, indulging in an activity that has become known as snuggle hugging.
Snuggle fucking.
Prominent Secretary Johnny Hampton,
I like.
who has recently been suffering with his health, sent us this photo today, presumably in a pathetic attempt to stay relevant at a time of global crisis.
Since receiving his test results, things in Johnny's life have taken a surprising turn. He's certainly using the lockdown to reinvent himself.
Johnny says there's dedicating himself to the Dark Lord. He's confident he can overcome his recently diagnosed terminal illness. Satan's got my gorgeous back, said Johnny.
Yes.
Got his scaly one.
Hail Satan. Wait, wir haben noch.
Things to come. In their own version of a lockdown.
Ich merke gerade, ich habe keine.
45 years now, the descendants of doctors David Wong and
Ich habe keine Videos festgelegt.
Board and their unfortunate team today managed to get a personal statement to the surface using flagellized imaging equipment.
Many of the Sforsborg and Horgans brood, as they've come to be known, have certainly captured the public imagination. The recent vote naming
I don't know.
Sforsborg and Wongensford the most likely to survive a massive electric shock.
Helvetica Sforsborg and Wongensford here with a little update from Dante's Taint. This year's going to be our
Dante's
biggest
Taint.
harvest, and autumn's just 2 weeks away. Or at least that's what we think. There's no real day or night down here and all the clocks broke a long time ago. But if our calculations are right, we think that for you up there it is Wong's Day the 4012th of Jamboree, or as you call it, Pissmouth Day. Or possibly Boxing Day if we're a bit out, so...
Pisma?
Pissmouth.
Ich das zensieren müssen?
All the presents you
Oh,
asked for
I'm sorry.
definitely do Pissmouth, please.
Are you eating?
I'm hoping to complete my collection of rocks. See you in September. Helvetica out.
It's hard to believe they've been down there so long now.
But as everyone knows, time moves differently underwater, Jeremy. That's why goldfish are so stupid.
That's right. And as anyone will tell you, the deeper the bowl,
the thicker the goldfish.
There's no denying the logic of that.
Class war, a worrying turn today for the formerly rich as ever more punishing measures are announced, Alex.
With the country becoming ever more hostile to the previously wealthy, those who manage to skip the country must be very grateful to the people who help them right now.
This programme has received reports of rich relatives on the run actually being filled with helium and released into the stratosphere.
What?
If those rich bastards think they're above the rest of us, why not give them a hand in getting there, Jeremy?
And Advance speaks out. With the snuggle struggle proving a test to governments around the world, Advance HQ released a curious statement this afternoon.
In the accompanying release, they asked us to stress that they have been listening and that this should be taken as a response to how the...
Wir nehmen auf jeden Fall ihn. Er flucht am meisten.
We've done our bit on this show to contribute to the political climate. But let's not forget, how we behave in our home lives is what really matters.
Let's hope it's not just me who filled out that questionnaire, Jeremy, or we're all in trouble.
Let's play that statement.
Evening. Apparently, we need to have a chat about playing by the rules. So, the other night I were at my local park for research purposes, and there were a bunch of lads having a kickabout without a care in the world. And not only did they refuse to let me join in, they wouldn't even let me have a swig of their white stripe. Laughing and joking they were, like there weren't a national crisis on, until one of them little pink demons followed them home and kicked the shit out of their nan. So, I've got two things to say to you young, fit folk. One, stay at home. It's not for you. It's to protect your Aunt Mabel and Bill next door. And two, always,
Ja, das ist definitiv eine Corona. Wie sagt man denn? Metapher.
There's only two type of folk. Them who will help you across the road with the shopping, and them who will kick you in the fanny and nick your macaroni. So don't be a pasta snatcher. Stay at home. Have a brandy. And this'll be all over before you know it.
Ja, dachte ich mir auch. Eating, wie geht's dir? Was du anschaust.
Jeremy will be probing
Eating.
reporter Paddy
Heiner.
while I take a deep dive into some controversial opinions with two familiar faces.
And then, in our third segment, and presumably because our editor is also working from home, there's going to be a bloody quiz.
I can't wait.
Don't do that.
And in a moment, Jeremy Grumpelson and I will be asking controversial CEO Sophia Remington where it all went wrong.
And psychic scientist Dr. Delia Lywell will be joining us, presumably to provide a bit of false hope.
Maybe she'll tell you how you're going to die, Jeremy.
Too late. I'm certain it happened months ago.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News.
God damn it. Stop. Stop. Oh, Jesus. Stop. Nach die jetzt 2, nach die Josie. Und nach die Mike dementsprechend auch. Happy Votes die Runde.
First tonight, how do we get here? Where are we going? And most importantly, who's to blame?
Joining us from her villa on the island of San Palmerino is CEO and socialite Sophia Remington.
Thank you for having me, Megan. I am loving your hairdo, babe.
And from her crystal heating laboratory in what I assume is a garage in Lower Uppington, Doctor, it says here, Delia Lywell.
Thank you for inviting us on your show.
Us?
Don't. Miss Remington, your toys are rampaging across the developed world, your company is worth less than my annual salary, and your country's president recently called you a national disgrace. Have you taken your eye off the ball?
Oh, honey, you're so cute when you're angry. The thing with you folks over there is you have an island mentality. You can't see the bigger picture.
So, what is the bigger picture?
The bigger picture is lithium batteries. Our toys have been running for upwards of 71 days now with no signs of them slowing down whatsoever. Imagine what that means for the future.
It means we don't know when the hell this lockdown's going to end, doesn't it?
Was meinst du, Eating?
Believe Remington's fist can survive this.
Was willst du mir zeigen?
Batteries are gonna change everything, tiny ogre. They're gonna power a new transport system, make technology portable. Hell, they might even take us into space.
But how can you make them with everyone at home?
Oh, don't you worry about that. Thanks to the work of thousands of tiny hands, they're already pouring off the production line. Times are good for Remington's fist.
But surely you have no future.
Excuse me, hello, yes, if we might. This is our area of expertise.
What, multinational economics?
The future is
Danke, Eating.
to which we are all connected.
Danke für den Resub.
Yeah, okay, I'll bite. Why not?
Im 6. Monat.
So, what is your science?
Willkommen zurück im Kult der Leute, die wir gesubbt haben, der bekannt speziellen Namen hat.
Sophia Remington, Doctor.
Dankeschön.
We see her on a balcony. Foreign soil, but not foreign land. An age will pass.
Fascinating.
Wasn't it just?
Delia, you are amazing. We have to fly you out here to the island to do that for my guests. They're gonna love you.
Unfortunately, all flights are grounded because of your tiny, deadly stowaways.
Not all flights, honey. Dee, call me. And you, Maggie. The more the merrier. Bring your swimwear.
Miss Remington, you seem completely ignorant to the seriousness of the situation. Do you take any responsibility at all for the global crisis?
Careful! It's a trap.
It's not a trap. Why are you helping her?
She seems fun.
You bet your ass I'm fun.
Please answer.
Als erstes muss ich nicht zensieren.
Listen, are lithium batteries the most incredible invention the world has ever seen? Probably yes. But, in fact, who am I kidding? It is definitely yes. But
Die ist doch betrunken. Die ist doch straight betrunken, die Tante.
one day, all the Mrs. Snugglehugs will just stop. It'll be like a miracle. And then we can all go back to the grand tradition of buying products again. Because I really don't mind telling you this, it is really hitting our bottom line. Except for sponges. We seem to be selling an assload of them.
Dr.
Das muss ich auch nicht zensieren.
Indication of when or how this might end.
Well, it's not an exact science.
Da geht die Gesehen ab. Glaub's aber.
Census tell us that there will come a day when there will be clouds in the sky, the grass will be rich and verdant, and the birds will sing at dawn, and that shall be the day when we walk forth again.
I find that strangely comforting.
That could literally be any day.
Well, let's hope it's soon.
Clouds, grass, and birds. That's literally every day.
Let's hope it's not too soon. I'm kind of hoping we can make it to the 100 days. It sounds good enough. Besides, if it lifts now, the children will have to go back to working normal hours.
Well, let us ask the eminent professors for 100 then.
No, let's not, eh?
I'll drink to that. Stay strong and party on.
Sophia Rimington, Dr. Delia Lywell, thank you for joining us.
When we come back, we'll be reaching out around the country to see what's really happening out there.
Don't go away. We'll be back after these sandwiches.
Well, she's a Hindenburg-sized fuck-up.
I mean, she's fun at a social level.
I wouldn't want to be on her board.
Christ, no. She's gonna drive
Wait, läuft schon die Werbung? Ich weiß nicht, ob die Werbung schon läuft. Wann geht bei dir das Lichtgeflacker immer an? Was meinst du? Was zur Hölle habe ich da gerade für Werbung angemacht, ey? Cheers, friend. Who the fuck is that? What actor Lawrence Blunderbach reminds you, stay alert.
It's been a long time coming. Oh, exactly, you said it.
Stay indoors.
He must know. He's not
Stay safe.
stupid. I just don't want it getting back to him that it came from us. Hey, no, Jenny. You're not backing out on me now. We're in this together.
Dude.
I've made the cake. You're on the balloons. I've got no idea how old he is. Fool.
Das war die Go-Getters. Oh ja. Oh ja.
Yeah, ready. Okay, coming back.
Haben wir unseren Sohn dahin geschickt? Sehr gut. Finde ich, ja. Ist aber klug, glaube ich, das zu spielen, als wissen wir, was da abgeht bei den Go-Getters.
Now it's time to take a trip around the country to hear how the lockdown might impact the nation.
Okay, muss ich gerade ein bisschen konzentrieren auf diese Sektion hier.
Respected academic Katie Brightman and author of Alan James's Kites, Alan James. Thank you for joining me.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me, Megan.
Thanks, Megan. It really is a pleasure, Katie. I enjoyed our little heated encounter.
I wish I could say the same.
So first off, Katie, how are you coping?
I'm holding up okay. The lockdown directive was so sudden that, like many people, I haven't been able to get home.
Oh no, what happened?
I was staying at a hotel after an international policy convention, and we had a particularly heavy night out. You know what economists are like.
Notoriously hate splitting the bill.
And I overslept, and as you can imagine, I've been here ever since. But there are certainly people much worse off than me.
Exactly. My tour has been cancelled indefinitely, and I've had to refund every single ticket, even the cheap seats.
Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, people are being quite rude about it. They don't seem to realise I've already spent it filling the beach house with beef.
The crisis claims yet another victim.
So, this is just a reminder that my book, Alan James's Reich, is now available in paperback.
Unbelievable.
What was that?
You're unbelievable.
So, Katie, how do you think this might affect the economy? Should we be worried?
Very, Megan. Not to sound dramatic, but this could be catastrophic. Unemployment has skyrocketed. Frankly, it will be a miracle if a lot of businesses can survive this.
There you go, scaremongering again, spreading this latest liberal hoax. That's what they want. They want us quiet. Shh. They want us compliant. And they want us inside.
A hoax? How on earth can you say that, Alan?
Well, I haven't actually seen one of these supposed toys. Have you?
Well, no, but...
Did you know 3,000 people die every year from regular toys? That's a lot of people. And this is no different.
Oh no, a Schwurbler. Yep.
Hunted down by a yo-yo or a tennis racket.
He makes an excellent and persuasive point, Katie.
Don't listen to her, Katie. The press are the enemy of truth.
She's agreeing with you, Alan, you absolute shit.
Well, then I must be wrong.
Alan, are you now recanting your statement that these toys aren't dangerous?
People are saying they're just like normal toys, and that simply isn't true. Corrupt media lies.
And Katie, how do you respond to Alan's claims that Mrs. Snugglehugs might be dangerous after all?
I suppose I guess I'm agreeing with him.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate your support. A lot of folks are saying this Mrs. Snugglehug situation will all blow over. but it won't.
Yes, right, exactly. We need decisive action from the government. We need huge financial support to protect our workers and our businesses. We need to support the vulnerable, and we need
to repent. Exactly right, Katie. We brought it on ourselves with all our liberal indulgences like art, taste and healthcare. We need to act now and begin sacrificing our firstborn, or as a push, a beloved family pet.
Absolutely, Alan. If we can all successfully come together as a community and perform the ritual, hopefully we will appease the great ancient.
I'm sorry, what?
Katie, couldn't be any worse.
Luckily, over the past few years under advance, they've invested heavily into health, so the system can actually bear the strain.
Is it lucky that the Llama Lords have unleashed a horde of man-made monsters on its own people to conceal the enemy within?
Will you just stop for 5 fucking seconds?
The Global Alliance of Fish People are amassing an army amassing an army to kidnap our children.
Zum Fick passiert gerade?
That's you. That's what you sound like.
But
Me.
I don't sound like that.
Yes, you do.
You do, Alan. You do sound like that.
And that's why no one wants to be your friend.
I've got loads of friends.
No, you haven't.
I don't think you do, Alan.
Yeah, stop lying, Alan.
I'm not lying. You are.
Oh, good one.
Well, I'm telling.
Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. Some real food for thought there from two of the territory's leading minds. Any moment now, I'll be heading over to Jeremy, who is going to be bringing us an up-to-date report of the status of the nation. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you for what I'm sure was a reasonable debate which really contributed to the national conversation. Next, out on the streets, someone who's always doing exactly that. It's Patrick Bannon. Are you there, Patrick?
Hello, Jeremy. Yes, hello, I'm here. I'm here live. Apologies for the quality of the broadcast today. Couldn't find any cameramen or women brave enough to come and join me, so I'm out here on my own.
Du bist an einer Fotowand.
Tell us what it's like out there.
Yep, I can. It's as you can see behind me, the streets are currently completely deserted. So my question, Jeremy, is just how long? I mean, could there be danger lurking just around the corner, waiting to end the fledgling career of this young Protestant journalist before his full potential is even realised? Will he die, underappreciated by management, and frankly, if you ask me, very, very much underpaid?
I don't think there's any danger of that, Patrick. What's that on your jacket there?
Oh, that's actually a sponge. What I've done here is made a snuggle-proof jacket, Jeremy. The network didn't bother sending me any PPE, so I've been forced to improvise. In fact, showing the sort of resourcefulness that would make me an ideal candidate for, I don't know, for example, an anchor position starting whenever they'd like.
From your point of view, Patrick, just how safe are our streets?
Not safe at all, Jeremy, not safe at all. I'd recommend people staying inside, following government advice and not putting themselves at any risk at all. Unless, of course, like me, it's for groundbreaking journalism reasons.
Mm-hmm. And just where are you, Patrick?
I'm in the street, on the street.
Which street?
I think I'm struggling to hear you, actually, Jeremy, there.
Which street? Which street are you on?
Oh, which street am I on? I'm just looking for a sign. There it is. I'm on Bannon Avenue.
Bannon Avenue?
Yep.
Bannon Avenue.
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. Yep, I'm on Bannon Avenue on the sign, it says there.
Like Patrick Bannon?
Oh yeah, that's strange. That's a weird sign. I don't know what's going on there.
Where are you really?
I'm on Bannon. All right, fine. I'm not on Bannon Avenue. I'm at home, to be honest. All right, fine. Well, I'm in my bathroom technically, but you know, I couldn't face it, to be honest, mate. It's it's terrible out there. I don't want to go outside. They're everywhere. I'm sorry for lying.
We don't expect any less of you, Patrick.
Can you hear that sound? What the hell was that?
I can, yes. I'm no expert, Patrick, but it sounds unmistakably like a tiny fist tapping on your door there.
Oh, fuck, it does. Oh, fuck, Jeremy, shit, no! Oh, bollocks, right.
Perhaps there's a small queue of tiny fists, each wielding a different gendered household implement, ready to bash in the heads of lying little roving reporters.
But you're lying, aren't you? Oh, shit, fucking, listen to me, you bastards! If you're out there, just to piss off, you little fucking snuggle fucks, I'm too talented to die! Oh, what the fucking hell? Okay.
It's der Badehose. Yep.
Don't worry, Patrick. I'd say you've got a few seconds before they break their way in there and finish you off.
Oh.
What do you see, Patrick?
No! Sie kommen! Oh mein Gott! Oh mein Gott, sie kommen direkt auf uns zu! Sie gehen wieder.
Thank you, Patrick, for that report, showing the nation, and more importantly, management, just where you belong. It's time for another break, but when we come back, we'll be happy to take your mind off the world for a little while, and who knows, maybe even bring you a few smiles. Join us after this. You're damn right. Yeah, I had them delivered.
Crazy Neil, there's er.
An Avenue.
What? What the fuck is this? Aliens? Was zur Hölle? Wie ist diese...
No,
okay.
I'm not. I'm not going to.
Die sind in meinem Büro jetzt? Ich raste aus.
No, you're being a child. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. No? No? Oh, 5, 4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly. Well, welcome back anyway. We know isolation isn't easy, so finally tonight we have something a bit different for you. Even though some people have heard it's not our job to entertain the public with absolute nonsense, other, more important people overruled those people. So it's time to find out who will National Nightly win and who will National Nightly lose.
National Nightly lose.
So, how do... Well, joining me is a man who knows all about playing. It's Tommy Harris. Hello, Tommy.
All right, Johnny. It's good to see ya.
And,
Ich werde jetzt währenddessen von diesen Furbies angegriffen. Ich raste aus.
The enforced isolation of everyone in the country.
Ah, yeah. I think I heard about that, actually, yeah.
You're in bed, Tommy?
Yeah, you called during nap time, so...
Of course, that's my fault. So, why don't you tell us how the game is played?
Well, it's pretty simple, Jeremy, you sausage. I'm going to ask contestants from around the territory 3 questions about what else, yours truly. And those people are going to get a chance to win a very special prize.
And what are they playing for, Tommy?
Drum roll, please. Jeremy.
Oh.
Thank you. This.
Is that... What is that?
It's my athletic support, Jeremy.
Oh.
But I've signed it, so...
Oh, well then, what a fantastic prize.
Have we got anybody waiting to win this once-in-a-lifetime prize, Jimmy?
Plötzlich ist es Schnerf. Hi, Blackie.
How do you feel about winning this man's old pants, Angie?
I've never been so excited, Jeremy. And can I just say, I love you. Both of you.
Well, you've said it now, haven't you?
Oh, Angie, I love you. In a way. Tell us about yourself, Angie.
Well, what can I say? My name is Angie. Always has been. I'm a human woman. and my dental hygiene has been described as acceptable.
Nice.
Right, well.
High quality human being.
Absolutely, John. Can I get 30 seconds on the clock, please?
We haven't got a clock.
Yeah, I did ask for a clock. So,
Well, why don't you start, and I'll stop you when it inevitably becomes unbearable to watch.
I love it. All right, here we go. Time starts now. Question 1. When is my birthday?
The 13th of August at 7:19 a.m.
That is absolutely correct. Question 2. What is my favourite colour?
Crushed praline 4.
Correct, the colour of my nipples. And finally, Angie dear, what is my star sign?
That's a trick question. You were born outside of the human understanding of the cosmos.
Unbelievable, that is correct. Stop the clock.
Wow, that really was tough to watch. How did you do, Tommy?
Well, Angie, my love, you got every single question right. Which of course means you lose and win absolutely nothing. Thanks for playing, Angie. Bye. Do we have another contestant on the line at Jelly Bean?
We do indeed. We should have Sonia Artleach. Are you there, Sonia?
Of course I am, Jamie, darling.
Thank you for being here, Sonia.
Oh, there you are, Tommy. Mwah.
Theatre, don't you?
Is it that obvious? What gave it away? Was it the glamour or poise?
It certainly wasn't your inherent sense of humility.
What?
She's turned something off at the plug, Alex.
I am a theatrical agent.
Die Furby-Viecher, die schalten meinen Strom aus. Ach du Scheiße.
Coffee cup and Jodie carpet burn, amongst others.
And how's the lockdown affected you, Sonia?
Well, they may have closed the theatres, shut the studios and boarded the cinemas, but they won't get me that easily.
How are you managing without any work?
Due to a savvy clause in all of my artist contracts, I am able to claim my 15% from their unemployment benefit.
Wow, that certainly is sharp.
Standard stuff, standard stuff.
And can I ask, where are you speaking to us from?
Well, I work from home, you know, to keep costs down.
And who's this?
Oh, well, you know, when they gave the order, I was actually mid-meeting with a client, so we've been isolated together.
No fucking way!
What the fucking fuck?
Is that Tommy Harris? I'm a huge fan. Can I just tell you how bloody brilliant you are?
Actually, Jeff, we're about to play a game, aren't we, Tommy?
We got time.
Well, if it's not too bold, I think I am in love with you, Mr. Harris.
No, it's not too bold. That's all right.
Oh God.
You some of my stuff. I've been working on some new shit.
Well, at least you're already aware.
During lockdown, we've been workshopping some of Jeff's ideas for much younger children, haven't we?
People still let you near their children, do they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've been developing some shows for younger children.
Well, we'd love to see it, wouldn't we, Gerbil?
Absolutely.
This is an NFT reference? Jesus Christ.
So,
Timely.
What do kids love?
Timely child support payments from their absent fathers.
Shallow and overproduced musical numbers?
That's right. Animals! So, I'm trying to address the things that kids need to know, but through a medium that they'll understand. Do you understand?
I think so, yes.
Jeff's one of my best clients, aren't you?
I am, yeah. So, the first one we've been working on is called The King of the Jungle's Mortgage Repayments. It's about a lion who's having problems with his interest rates.
I see. Does he have a broker?
He does, yes. He's a porcupine. How did you know that?
Well, your work is universal, darling. It speaks to people.
I'm going to say something to you, mate. I think you're onto something here.
Oh, the bear,
Yes. Right. This one is much better. So, this one tells the tale of Mr. Bear. Now, Mr. Bear is a very sad bear, because all of the other bears don't think that he'll amount to much, and they tell him that his plays are lazy and derivative.
I think you're onto something there.
Now, Mr. Bear is a tragic figure. Picture this.
He's at his lowest ebb. The trees are closing in. He can't even face his salmon, can he? But then he meets someone that will change his life forever.
This is fucking gripping.
That's right. He meets a wise old octopus who takes him under his wing and says, "No, Mr. Bear, don't be sad. You're not like all the other bears. You have this ambition and these
Ambitions?
Fucking dreams.
I think I love you, Jeff.
And what you need to do, Mr. Bear, says the octopus, probably doing an 8-armed gesture or something.
What you need to do to find happiness in this crazy old forest is
Was tut man nicht alles, um die Leute zu unterhalten, Gerd?
realistic goals.
Was tut man nicht alles?
It's called Mr. Bear Lowers His Expectations.
Wow.
Lowered expectations.
And what do you want children to take away from this?
Oh, fuck shit, fuck.
What?
I said a more realistic worldview.
Are you all right, Jamboree?
It's Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey Donington.
No, stop. How does it end? We need to know how it ends.
Well, all the animals learn a thing or two about inevitable mediocrity.
And Mr. Bear settles down near to his parents' cave, stops trying to make his band happen, and he goes into bear telemarketing.
Becomes a bear maths teacher.
Oh, and we end... We end on a big musical number. Oh, there's dancing. It's very repetitive, so it's catchy but not too challenging. Well, if you like, I could go and get my boombox.
Yeah, I might be able to... Hang on, can we get Angie back?
Why not? The more the merrier, as they say at orgies.
Was?
Right, I'll just fill then, shall I? Coming up in a moment, it's the world premiere that nobody saw coming.
Lights!
Or wanted.
What? What just happened?
Apologise in advance, what we're all about
What
to
just...
endure.
You turn this shitting thing up. Well, there's all sorts of creatures down on Dangly Doodle Farm. Like wise old Mr. Octopus with way too many arms. There's Mr. Pig and Mr. Cow. They're always in good moods. But that's
Ich bin so verwirrt.
don't know they'll soon be sliced up into food.
Oh Gott, ist wieder Musiknummer, ja.
Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to turn into despair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your dreams go to die. Mr. Raccoon wants to go to the moon. He'll end up at the bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9. He'll end up as a janitor who stinks of turpentine. Mr. Tiny Mouse thought he'd own a massive house. Ended up in a bedsit where he can't control the louse. Mr. Horse thought he'd go into professional sports. Now he's an alcoholic and he's on his third divorce. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the place your life becomes an endless questionnaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to die. Lower your expectations. Maybe you could get a job in telecommunications. No matter how you try, you'll never reach the need of conditions. The best you'll get is middle rank trading operations. So lower your expectations. You'll never win an Oscar, so there's no congratulations. The future that is coming will not meet specifications, and no amount of visualizations will save you from your own deterioration. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's a tramp who thought he'd be a multi-millionaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there?
That's where self-esteem goes to die. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the disappointment that is waiting everywhere. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your schemes go to die. That's where your dreams go to die. That's where dreams go to die.
Amen, Mr. Bear. Amen.
Kann man mir sagen, was passiert?
Say goodnight. There's just time for tonight's parable. For it did come to pass that on the road there was a wise man and a foolish man and a weird man. And there did come upon them from the local village a truth seeker named Unlikely Brian. And he did come to them with alms.
Ich habe seit 3 Minuten komplett ausgeschaltet, was passiert.
A wise and weird and foolish man, he said, whilst dancing the traditional jig of
Yep.
every kind
Suddenly,
of dance at those times.
Redneck-Akzent.
Can the many ways
Oh, howdy, partner.
be balanced? And the wise man did say, there are no riches greater than family. And the foolish man did say he'd heard a good tip for the camel race and that it was a sure thing. And the weird man did say that 2 ears was just the right number, because there was no good place to put a third that wouldn't be aesthetically upsetting. Although he did see the use for a second anus. And Unlikely Brian did fall into wonder and befuddlement at their answers, although he was also wondering if either the foolish man or the weird man had any actual value in this sort of professional consultative environment. For what he did not know was that the profound man and the practical man were both on annual leave that week, and the foolish man and the weird man were all that the agency had available. But what Unlikely Brian did not reveal was that he was asking for his friend Alex, who had enraged their spouse over a passport, treated their son Charlie like he was still a little baby, and was too miserly to even pay for their daughter's holiday. Did Alex's family become like our Lord when he discovered a turd in his cradle and was forced to ask Nebuchadnezzar to leave? Well, that's all we have time for tonight. I'm Archangel Megan Wolf. Have a heedful night. Are we done? Oh my God. I thought I was going to piss myself halfway through that.
Aber schon.
Not even joking. Right,
Oops.
babe, I've got to go and get my bits done.
Ich hätte die Werbung spielen sollen.
Aren't I? Yeah, well.
I am beyond confused.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, come on then, you lot, out my house. And you, Alex. All right? I don't want you here when I'm on my date. I'm on a promise. Alex. Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up! Wake up, Alex! Alex! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Okay, wer von euch hat mir Shit in meinen Kaffee geworfen? Okay, können wir. Meine Damen und Herren, willkommen zurück zu den Winter News. Haben wir gerade eine Metapher für Corona in Form von aggressiven Female Furbies überlebt? Eine Interview- und Sing- und Tanznummer über modernes Businessverhalten, NFTs und Crypto Bros. Und das alles war ein Traum. Und die eine Nachrichtensprecherin hat uns in Form eines Erzengels vorgeworfen, dass wir unseren Bruder like what? Oh boy. Yep. Oh, wir haben keine der Tapes gespielt. Ne, also wir haben die Dings-Tapes nicht gespielt. Was haben wir da irgendwie? Ne, wir haben keine... Lucario, hi. Was für ein Trip dieses Spiel bitteschön ist. Alter Vater. Okay, ich halte am besten die Schnauze. Ey, Holy shit, das sind Layer und Layer und Layer an Story, an Real-Life-Anspielungen, aber auch gute Comedy. Holy shit. A Rude Awakening. Ein Tag. Wait. Das war alles nur ein Traum? Wait, what? Kam Kryptoland nicht vor. Oh Gott. Dieses Video, wo der Crypto Pro nach Kryptoland fliegt. Oh, das würde ich nicht überleben, glaube ich. Komatraum. Scheint so. The rhythmic beeping of your heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Opening your eyes, you greet by a semicircle of concerned faces. Your family by your side. A reassuringly familiar sight in these new surroundings. You blink a few times to clear the sleeve of your eyes. Of your eyes and bring everyone into focus. You feel a hand on yours. Gentle but reassuring. Sam, there with you as always. The expression, understandably concerned, is somehow more affectionate than ever. Chris chimes in from beside then. See, Alex is fine. We missed the game for nothing. You and Chris still aren't on great terms, and it's hard to miss the tone of disdain in their voice. You remind yourself this isn't about Chris and squeeze Sam's hand, smiling at them. Really? I'm not awake for 5 minutes and you're already being a dick? Fuck Chris. Like, who cares? The worry lies on Sam's forehead fade a bit. Das war eine interessante Transition. Lord knows you both got enough to be anxious about, with your health being thrown to the mix. With a final smile at them, you turn to the rest of your family. Susie is standing next to Sam, less worried now that you're awake and smiling. Aber was ist passiert? You can see Sam's worry on your daughter's face, but it quickly turns to a frown when she notices you looking at her. I'm glad you're okay. It's muttered more than said. A grudging acknowledgement that despite your recent differences, she still cares. Thanks for coming. You grumble carefully. Oder, yeah, thanks. That's all you can manage, no? We nice. Der Elektroschock vom Gewittersturm. Du hast vollkommen recht, Gatchen. Du hast vollkommen recht. Susie can't help but smile back at you. Mein Gedächtnis ist einfach... Ich habe das schon wieder vergessen, ey. Susie can't help but smile back at you, rolling her eyes, good-natured. It's great to have her here. Charlie catches your eye as she fidgets with the edge of the blanket. Jetzt kommt gleich wieder diese crazy Snap-Zoom, oder? Warte. Ne? Okay. You cock your head. Cock. Ist das Geheimwort zum Snap-Zoom. You cock your head and look at him, one eyebrow raised questioningly. As soon as you turn to look at him, you can see Charlie tense up, his concern clear on his face. So, you're definitely good, right? He finally asks, quickly looking away. Of course I am, buddy. There's nothing to worry about, oder? I'll be fine, Charlie. Leave the blanket alone. Nee, wir sind nett. Charlie looks at you and grins. One of those infectious smiles that spreads around the room. It's always good to have him in your corner. Your smile fades as you noticed your mother staring listlessly out the window. Despite all your best efforts, she's not been doing very well. Are you okay, Mom? Your mother starts. Your mother starts. Your call clearly shocking her out of her reverie. She turns to you and smiles, and you're grateful to see she's increasingly rare, recognizing in her eyes. Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling? You smile warmly and nod, but before you can respond, the doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. She asks you what feels like the 100th time. How you're feeling? Surprisingly well, all considered. Excellent. There's no sign of any real damage, but a bit of a shock to the old system. Pardon the pun, she smiles. Not that we'd recommend you to do anything like this again, of course. After a couple of days at rest, you should be feeling right as rain. She turns to leave, but stops at the door. Oh, and the private room and care, the doctor gestures to your room, which you are now noticed looks rather expensive, has been paid by Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. He left those flowers and said not to worry to take the rest of the week off. He'll see you Monday, apparently. Seems like the least he could do. Ich meine, okay, seine fehlerhaften Systeme haben dazu geführt, dass wir den Schock bekommen haben und fast draufgegangen wären. A burden to bear? Okay. You come home from a particularly late shift to find the kitchen light still on, which isn't normally a good sign. Everyone's usually at bed by now. Softly opening the kitchen door, you find Sam sat at the table. Bills and papers are strewn in front of them, as well as what looks to be their second pack of biscuits. They give you a quick kiss. As you take seat next to them. Sam frowns and goes back to the bills they're holding. Hey, sweetheart, just look at the numbers again. They look to the door to the pantry, now converted into your mother's bedroom. Oh, das sind die Rechnungen unserer Mom wahrscheinlich. Oder unsere Rechnung vom Krankenhaus, aber die hat unser Chef ja bezahlt, ne? Aber auch die unserer Mom wahrscheinlich. We've been doing our best, but I think Cassandra really needs a nurse to look after her now. Unsere Mom heißt Cassandra, gut zu wissen. Suddenly the bills are all you can see. Fortunately, with the money that's been coming in and what we've been able to save, we got more than enough to keep going. Sam smiles at you. I know things have been difficult, and the daycare won't be cheap, but she's a mother. We have to really, don't we? You gradually smile back. Of course, you'll pay for the care for your mother's needs. Or your mother hasn't been herself for a long time. Maybe it's time to consider another option. Yeah, just fucking kill her. Just take her behind the shed, shotgun. Bye, Mom. Jesus Christ. Ich glaube, wir können uns eine Krankenschwester für sie leisten, glaube ich. Current wealth starting to get rich? Altpapiertonne, wow. Ja, sure. Ich meine, The sword of Damocles sheathed, at least for the moment. You grab the papers and stuff them into a drawer. It's such a relief to not have to worry about it anymore, or so you told Sam. Hours later, you're still awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking, how long will the money last? Okay. Was für 3 Monate später? And another day at the job. Wenn wir nicht böse Schadensersatz bekommen haben dafür, dass uns unser Job fast gekillt hat, dann müssen wir reden, Mr. Burglesturp. Boseman heißt er. Boseman. Aber jetzt habe ich auch, okay, alles, was in der letzten Episode, sag ich mal, passiert ist, war also alles rein fiktiv. Heißt, da wurde ja auch aber auch das mit dem Camp gespielt, oder? Das Go-Getters Camp war ja auch dann Bullshit, schätze ich mal, oder? Oh, erstmal alles anschalten.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get out.
You realise you're beginning to sound like me?
I mean it, Kath.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy, or yours.
It'll be all right. I'll talk to Buxton.
Oh, good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next week.
Was ist mit dem Telefon los?
Jenny?
Oh, jetzt schon mal die Dinger raussuchen. Wir haben nur 2. Oh Gott, Crazy Neil von mir aus, ja? Und
Letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded me.
10 seconds,
I thought we were all
everybody.
part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy. You know.
sure.
Stop being so
Three,
high and mighty
5,
and do your job.
4,
You'll have me fired too.
3.
Don't tempt me. Good evening. I'm Megan Wolfe.
And I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
So how do you feel about the sanctions?
I actually think that with Advance in charge we'll be fine. Of course the rest of the world will want us to fail, or it will be their billionaires next. But I trust Julia and Peter.
Thanks, Patrick.
Ich weiß noch nicht, ob ich pro Advance bin oder nicht, aber
Julia Salisbury has released a
ich spiele mal mit.
brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing short of outrageous. We are a democratically elected government with massive popular support. We do not recognise these sanctions, and we encourage other socially progressive nations of the world to both resist and ignore them. Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community by showing that it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country is entirely self-sufficient. We are a team, now more than ever. And this team is on your side.
Okay, ich glaube jetzt wirklich, wir fangen an, Großbriten
But what
gegen
the public think of our government's stance? Robin Short found out.
Hi there. Robin Short, National Nightly News. I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on the current government.
I'm not really very interested in politics, really. As Mother always said, leave politics to the politicians, Malcolm.
Grown-ups to shame. An award today for Camp Busy-Fingers, which continues to break all production expectations.
A slightly dazed-looking Sophia Remington presented young foreman Alfie Plank and his team with a certificate, statuette, and a moderately generous tuck shop voucher.
So, how do the public feel about the Youth Employment Opportunity Scheme?
Patrick Bannon again.
Chatty, wir sind kontra Child Labour, oder?
Camp busy fingers. What's your opinion?
What do you think my opinion is? Should be banned. It's bloody child labour. Is that what you like, is it? Children being exploited?
No, I don't hurt me, I don't.
A momentary lapse of reason?
No, not again.
Commuters.
No. Warum? Warum crasht das Game jetzt immer wieder? What the fuck? Warte mal ganz kurz. No. Ist es wirklich? Hängt's an meiner... Ich kann mir höchstens vorstellen, dass es an meiner RAM-Auslastung liegt. Aber eigentlich fast nicht. Warte mal. Ja gut. Ich starte es mal nochmal neu. Das hat ja eben dann auch geholfen, es einfach nochmal zu spielen. Das ist ein bisschen schade, wir müssen das alles nochmal machen. Aber ich habe zumindest gelernt. Und, habe jetzt den Vorteil, die Dinger, die ich eben vielleicht so ein bisschen aus Panik und Zeitmanagementgründen einfach schnell angeklickt habe, jetzt halt richtig zu entscheiden. Aber also Moment, was hat gerade schon eben gelesen, aber noch gerade schon eben geschrieben, aber noch lesen. Danach nur noch im Status des Halbexistenz wegfeucheln würde. Aber so weit scheint es ja bei der Mutter nicht zu sein. Nö, die Mutter scheint noch ganz fit zu sein. Halt vielleicht nicht mehr so,
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headline.
nicht mehr so 100% auf dem Dampfer. Aber ich sag mal, so ein bisschen so leichte Ansätze von, weiß nicht, Altersdemenz ist halt irgendwann einfach ein Ding. Das kommt unter Umständen. Kein Grund, einen direkt, aus dem Fenster zu werfen. Ja, sorry.
You're fired.
What for? Facial sabotage?
Jenny? Problem? I want her fired today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get out.
You realise you're beginning to sound like me?
I mean it, Kath.
Oh, ja, Werbung.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision.
Was war das nochmal? Must be played, information about... Oh, sogar ein must be played. Wurde gar nicht gesagt.
Casserole dish at our dinner next week. Jenny?
I'm sorry, Kat,
Okay.
you're gonna have to leave.
At 11:30, it's a double bill for popular transatlantic comedy, That Nun.
Letting it go to your head?
That Nun's got guns.
I thought we were all part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy, you know that. Just stop being so
Sorry, in
high and mighty
5,
and do your job.
4,
You'll have me fired too.
3.
Don't tempt me. Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
So how do you feel about
Nochmal, ich bin weiterhin mal pro...
Advance in charge will be fine. Of course, the rest of the world will want us to fail.
Wie heißen sie? Pro Advance.
Next. But I trust Julia and Peter.
Thanks, Patrick. Fascinating stuff.
Popular Prime Minister Julia Salisbury has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing short of outrageous. We are a democratically elected government with massive popular support. We do not recognise these sanctions, and we encourage other socially progressive nations of the world to both resist and ignore them. Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community. by showing that it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country is entirely self-sufficient. We are a team, now more than ever. And this team is on your side. Thank you.
Defiant stuff.
Wo man ja wirklich trauen? Ich weiß es noch nicht. Bleib noch dabei. Bleib noch positiv.
I was wondering if you could spend a moment to give us your thoughts on the government.
Honestly, I think they're doing a great job. I know the assets and world checks have made the difference for us for the cost of the little one. And people seem, happier in the main. I always said things would get better with a woman in charge.
Putting the grown-ups to shame. An award today for Camp Busyfingers, which continues to break all production expectations.
A slightly dazed-looking Sophia
That's no anti-child labor, please. Yes.
certificate, statuette, and a moderately generous tuck shop voucher.
So, how do the public feel about the Youth Employment Opportunity Scheme? Patrick Bannon again.
What's your opinion of Camp Busyfingers?
What do you think my opinion is? Should be banned. It's bloody child labour.
Bloody child labour.
Children being exploited.
No, don't hurt me, I don't.
A momentary lapse of reason. Commuters across the capital found themselves somewhat bemused by the latest stunt by controversial protest group Disrupt.
In a baffling start to the day, commuters found performers outside every major station, all dressed and posed.
Ich weiß ja nicht, was es mit denen auf sich
Whether we're
hat.
supposed to be amused or intimidated is anybody's guess, Jeremy. But most commuters didn't even stop to notice.
Well, as long as it's not some grand contemporary dance, it's probably harmless.
But how do we all feel about Disrupt and their eclectic tactics? Robin found out.
How do you feel about Disrupt?
Oh, well, now you're talking. Ruddy hero, showing us not to take it lying down like Iris here.
So you both feel they're a cause worth supporting?
Well, Iris doesn't speak on mine, but we're pretty sure there's still one in there, aren't we, love? Wherever it is, it loves Disrupt, fighting the yoiks for our freedom. And what could possibly be wrong with that?
Do you need me to get
Oder sind wir jetzt pro Governance
Feast or famine.
und pro Anti-Governance?
Forsborg and Horgensford today announced their
I'm confused.
successful harvest
Hey, Bazoo.
of Saturday's taint. Although they can currently only grow a few fungal strains, the scientists seem to be staying positive, as the following picture shows.
The undauntable scientists chose to try and survive in the cave system while the complex rescue operation inches forward up here on dry land.
Let's hope they're like Stroganoff.
But with Advance planning to spend an eye-watering amount of public money on the rescue craft, we asked Patrick Bannon to find out what we should all be thinking about the accelerating costs.
What are your thoughts on the costs of the rescue?
Oh my God, Patrick Bannon, wash your mouth out with soap. You can't put a value on human life. You have to spend whatever it takes, because one day you might be trapped in an underwater cave system and you would want exactly the same.
I don't think so, actually, because for legal reasons, we're actually not allowed within 31 yards of the coastline. So.
I am not a number. Applications finally opened today for the new Advanced Team membership cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks and, vitally, pubs and bars.
And of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
It all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership cards?
Absolutely bloody not. It's the thin end of the wedge, isn't it, Iris? First it's, can I see your identification, sir? And then it's, would you mind bending over the table, sir? So Sergeant State Educated and Constable Regional Accent here can stick their truncheon up your derriere.
Oh, crikey!
They should call them what they are. They're bloody ID cards.
Well,
oh, for Christ's sake, what is it, Iris?
Oh, I'm really not happy out and on. I'm so sorry. Crikey.
Crikey.
And finally tonight, hospital pass. New images reach us today of brave Johnny Handsleeves and his doting partner Tiffany Lamore in their ongoing struggle against his horrific mystery illness.
Tiffany was forced to cancel her latest show, These Hotel Sheets and What I Did on Them, in order to devote more time to selflessly looking after the much-loved multimillionaire.
I'm sure the art world will recover.
With some critics questioning
I don't know.
motives, what should your
Gibt's heute noch Runde Burger Farm? Ich weiß es nicht. Es hängt davon ab, wie lang das hier Game ist.
Disgusting.
Wise words there.
Later tonight, in a bit of a switcheroo, it'll be Jeremy in the culture chair, spitting rhymes with popular rapper Jay Zus. And then we'll be chatting with a team of thespians set to take the nation by storm again.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National
Nightly
Nightly
News.
Oh Gott, wir haben noch mehr. Satellitenschüsselausrichtung. Das ist das Wort, das ich suche. Ich hasse diese Clips. Wer hat diese aufgenommen? Das sieht mehr aus wie das Intro von der Sitcom als alles andere.
Tonight, thankfully, some news as we return to our main story.
The World Council today agreed that punitive and potentially illegal sanctions should be imposed upon this country. The sanctions, which come into effect immediately, aim to stop the flow of food, fuel, and even some medicines from reaching your pockets.
Tonight, we have guests from across the continent to discuss this unprecedented situation. For advance, Peter Clement is at his home in Lamfordshire. Are you there, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you for having me.
A momentous day, Prime Minister. Are you shaken?
Oh, I don't scare that easy, I'm afraid, old son. And neither do the people of this country.
Well, joining us is Ivan Vodovich, Foreign Minister of Urkistan. Ivan, thank you for being here.
It's a great pleasure. You, Megan Wolf, are like strongest guard at Labour camp who wake up inside body of crazy, expensive prostitute. In my country, you will be worshipped as a god.
Okay. Minister, as one of those arguing most strongly for these sanctions,
IBB.
that Advance's defiant stance.
Advance is like man who think he have big career in movies land, when actually he in dirty sanitarium, screaming at mirror and holding tiny penis in hand.
He's clearly not from Svenland, and we have like some of the cleanest mental health facilities in the continent, yeah?
And welcome to Svenland's Minister of Mojo, Björk. I'm sorry, we don't appear to have your surname.
It's just Björk, yeah. We don't use things like socially divisive surnames here, yeah?
Minister?
It's just Björk, yeah.
Right, Björk. Your country spoke in favour of Advance at the World Council today, but you were noticeably absent when it came to the actual vote.
Well, what a surprise. The hippies didn't show up for the fight.
Actually, that's quite racist, because if you must know, we were going to go to the whole, vote thing, yeah? But it's actually the Festival of Feuerlands here at the moment, where we honor the old generations. So, we all had to look our grandparents clean, yeah, whilst the vote was happening, and that's a really, really time-consuming process, actually.
You're like a sissy man. You have this expression, sissy man? Is like man with tiny penis who like to wash more than once a week.
Actually, that's quite homophobic, yeah,
Oh,
because...
stop winding him up, Ivan. We're not back at the Grange now. Sorry, Jeremy. Ivan and I used to play golf back in my media days.
Yeah, he always wins.
Nothing gives him greater pleasure than grinding people's gears. The more publicly, the better.
Peter, you're like man with tiny penis who think he have tiny penis, but actually he discovered that... Oh, could it be? No, it's tiny penis.
Ivan's just worried that when the rest of the world sees how well
passiert?
They'll notice all that dosh that he's got squirreled away. Because that's what these sanctions are, Megan. They're the last pathetic gasp of an establishment in collapse. Wolves at the gates, Ivan, old mate.
Good. It can join others on my wall.
Actually, in Svenland, we have serious animal welfare legislation. And my friend Helge, she got arrested for killing a butterfly that was hovering over her thing. I mean, in English, jam sandwich.
I used to know a girl called Jam Sandwich. She was a right cracker too. I wonder what became of her.
We seem to be wandering a little from the news here.
That's human interest, Jeremy. The real people behind the headlines and all that. So if you're watching, Jan, give us a call.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see if we can't organise a reunion.
Christ, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to run it past Mrs. Clement first, eh?
Peter, you're like man trying to empty ashes of mistresses into oncoming vent. Soon you have tiny penis. and beard full of secrets.
In
The fuck's
Sendung,
mit ihm los?
We don't really go in for all that restricted monogamy stuff here. We're kind of fluid, actually.
Okay, well, it seems that we are running out of time.
Yes, so before we go to the break, briefly, if you would, gentlemen, with the
Oh, haben wir schon Werbung eingespielt eigentlich?
and
Ja, haben wir, okay.
Possible shortages and power outages.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Possible shortages and power outages. Can you summarise your thoughts for us, Minister Bjerg?
Well, from here, yeah, you all look a bit stupid really arguing about outdated divisive concepts like money. In Finland, we replaced currency with a system of bodily fluids back in the 1970s, and that's like really hard to sanction, actually.
Thank you, Minister Votovich.
Your country is like man who think he invented perfect trap for giant Newton hairy bear.
Does the bear also have little tiny penis?
Tiny penis, yes. Thank you,
Ja,
Minister.
danke.
And finally, Prime Minister Clement.
Let me talk to your viewers here, Jeremy. Don't
Lucy, hi.
Don't be afraid. Don't even lose a wink of sleep. We knew
Because I do not have a tiny penis.
and we're ready. As my old man used to say, you can't make a shite pie without blocking a few toilets.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
What?
We'll be back.
After these messages.
One minute back.
Hey, Peter, I over your way this weekend. You fancy a quick 9?
Yeah, sure.
Game's driving me crazy. Just you?
But I hope you're asking for me.
Crazy Pete's.
League, mate.
Thank you for the correction.
Well, you have to be more careful.
It's all part of his long-term plan to get fired live on the news at 6 in front of the nation.
Can someone warn him it's going a little too well?
A+ segment. Hell fucking yeah. Oh, wir haben eine Get Wells.
This is important. New government censorship should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring. Keep an eye out for the advanced blue waveform.
Aber wir haben neues Government Censoring. Wait.
Are you still meant to bow foreign royalty?
What?
Haben wir noch ein Tanzsegment? Oh no.
Hang on. Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
What?
Meghan?
This is Jeremy, and he'll be interviewing you.
Yo, thanks for having me on your show, man.
It's quite all right.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not going to ask me about the chimp, are you?
Live in 10 seconds.
Because he put that get up on himself. I'm just saying.
Going in 5.
Wollen wir jetzt für das Government zensieren oder nicht? Ich weiß es noch nicht.
Welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth. Not sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome...
No censorship.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honour to be here on your show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
Mm-hmm. You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to...
Jesus. Das ist ein bisschen was Jay-Z und Jesus wahrscheinlich.
I understand you.
Und eigentlich ist es offensichtlich, jetzt wo ich drüber nachdenke.
Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady took pity on me. You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically. Right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale. What a tale.
Jesus, yep.
You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem. Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to so?
Okay, wir machen keine Zensur.
Well, you know, they stole from us. They're taking our money.
Wir sind gegen,
Redistributing.
also pro,
Actually, homeless.
sind wir pro Advance, aber gegen das Government? Wait, das macht keinen Sinn, glaube ich, oder?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart.
Yeah, nah, of course, man. Very much so. I just mean like.
What? Oh, ich habe was verpasst, okay.
Pay for it, you know?
Ich bin schon lange an deinem Ding geblieben, okay, ja.
People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah, I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice.
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of a
Or maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh, no. I'm going to do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working on.
Oh, so this is unapproved, is it?
Yeah. You love it.
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen? So here he is.
Dewey, ich bin der State-of-the-Art Censormensch.
It's Jesus.
First. Oh, ich habe ein bisschen Angst. Oh no, mehr Live-Musik. Okay.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel the elation from your participation. Still two leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams. So don't
wow.
the fuss when you find you're one of us. Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive. But why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention. I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise of the crest of the wave. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clement's motherfucking head. Cause he's fit as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. So this is for the snuff ones, the push and the shove ones, the folks who feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones who had
Zensur.
motherfucking Bentley, the ones
Oh Gott, das ist ganz schön schwer, sowohl den, was ist denn? Den Combo-Count da oben zu halten.
You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means.
Das geht eigentlich, ich muss nur spammen quasi. Dann geht's.
Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. And the take is fact, gonna stay here.
Okay, es geht eigentlich. Mach die Bibi. Schlaf schön. Hab einen schönen Tag morgen.
Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets, set a fire in the building, let them feel some fucking heat. Take your hate to go getters, you're squilling bed letters, and burn them on the powers of Advance's fucking letters.
Ach shit.
Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clement's motherfucking head. Cause he's fit as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork.
What? Shit. Warum? Ich bin on Rhythm. Jesus Christ, ey, ist das schwer.
Jesus there with his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your lyrics.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Here at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining neutral, unbiased and independent of any...
Aber ich habe gar nichts zensiert, außer seine Schimpfworte.
We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous language there, sorry about that. Well, thank you to little Jeremy Donaldson for providing our culture spot. Coming up, we'll be speaking to
Das ist noch ein Live-Mic. Das ist noch ein Live-Mic. Man hört euch, aber ist okay.
We'll be right back after this.
Oh, Werbung.
Just to remind you, fixing that old VCR.
No, this is ridiculous.
Put a new tape. Past that break.
So, wir müssen jetzt hier noch... wir müssen die auch tauschen.
My father's going to hear about this.
I understand.
Weil man nur... Remington Swift Junior Employment Opportunity Scheme. New Shampoo. Okay, wait, neues. Okay, was passiert? Okay. Wie gut? Oh, Grade A. I, nicht A. Okay. Ich bin mir noch unklar bezüglich unserer Haltung gegenüber dem wie soll ich sagen, gegenüber der
Oh, here we go. Look at him.
Des Staats und der Regierung.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Megan, Jeremy, you remember Mr. Algebra?
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris, and this is Ms. Raiden.
What?
Philippa, please.
We're back together again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower order demon.
Yes, it is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay
Oh Gott.
then.
Wait, waren die nicht aus dem...
5 in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1.
Waren die nicht in meinem Traum eigentlich?
5, 4.
Dieses Quiz mit denen? Ich bin verwirrt. Okay.
Welcome back. And no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by National Treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Raiden, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
It's so lovely to have you all. Tommy, would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs are akimbo, mid-session, sweat is pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so, Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby, see? He says, how would you like to spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation? How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
What did you say?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It's like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris, Jesus, that was hard.
Catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around two things that are very important to me. It mixes scenes from my life, as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. But you're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
Back, demon! Back to the hells!
Wow. Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it that you bring to the show?
Oh, good question. I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are immeasurable. He was our rock.
Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
We've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
Oh no.
You'll never take the sacred pass!
And am I right in saying this was officially commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, was actually a lifesaver, really.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which, frankly, would have been a travesty.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, 90s TG Drache.
Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it
Wait, live?
completely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes.
Wie machen die das mit dem CG-Drachen, wenn ich fragen darf?
So much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt you'll have taken
Hologramme?
Yeah.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolfe. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
What?
That's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
Oh.
What has Show become? Ich meine, haben wir noch, ist noch, was zur Hölle geht mit der Werbung ab? Ist noch Pandemie? Ich meine, in einem Pandemie-Zeitraum war es halt irgendwie klar, dass die irgendwie nichts zu berichten haben, aber jetzt inzwischen machen die einfach nur noch irgendwas. Broadcast complete. Grade B. A plus, E, B. B. Da kann ich mit leben. Ich hab die 2 echt verkackt, ey. You have received your full wages. Currently something splurging holiday time. Die Pandemie war komplett, die war komplett fiktiv anscheinend. Aber ich muss jetzt meinen Browser nebenbei ausmachen, weil er, glaube ich, zu viel RAM gefressen hat. Okay, ich habe die Gewohnheit, an meinem Browser 7000 Tabs aufzuhaben. Und jetzt, wo das aus ist, läuft's auch. Wenn irgendwas weird mit dem Stream ist, sagt mir bitte Bescheid. Ich habe ich sehe meinen eigenen Stream jetzt nicht mehr auf Twitch. Ich habe den immer nebenbei offen, also eigentlich passiert nie irgendwas Nennenswertes, aber Wenn irgendwas weird ist, einfach Hand heben. Ich stream quasi, nicht gerade blind, aber so ein bisschen. Okay, also unsere Shares für Nils Deals sind weiter am Steigen. Was war RS nochmal? Ich weiß es immer noch nicht. So, und die Illuminaten sind, okay, weil wir deren Werbung gespielt haben, glaube ich, ne? Und PC ist weiter am, das ist mir eigentlich egal, ne? Okay, wir haben, weil wir jetzt nicht für den Start, okay, aber riddle me this one, Batman. Diese Advance-Unternehmung. Ich habe das so verstanden, dass das eine eigene Initiative ist, die zwar vom Staat gefördert wird, aber nicht quasi der Staat ist. Ne? Also das ist, aber anscheinend haben wir jetzt, wenn wir für den Staat zensieren oder eben nicht für den Staat zensieren, dann geht das trotzdem gegen Advance. Deswegen haben die jetzt hier Negativ-Ratings, aber wie heißt nicht Rebellion, wie heißen die? Weiß es nicht mehr. Die scheinen aber die Regierung übernommen zu haben. Aber das kann sein. Das kann sein. Ich meine, wir bleiben neutral. Like, ich würde immer noch für eine Fall-zu-Fall-Entscheidung entscheiden, wie wir mit den Advanced-Dingern umgehen. Weil die zwei von der Advanced sind ja Prime Ministers. Ist das dann quasi, achso, ja gut, ich weiß gar nicht, wie die Regierung im Amiland, nicht im Amiland, in Großbritannien, wo das ja anscheinend spielt, schätze ich mal. Ich meine, nirgendwo sonst auf der Welt sagt man bloody zu irgendwas. Also muss das in Großbritannien spielen. Wie deren Regierungsapparat überhaupt funktioniert. Muss ich ehrlich zugeben. Aber es macht Sinn. Ja, der Begriff Prime Minister, das kommt ja auch nur aus dem Amiland, soweit ich weiß. Ich sage immer Amiland, wenn ich Großbritannien meine. Anyway, wir machen dann eine Fall-zu-Fall-Entscheidung. Würde ich sagen. Ich bin jetzt nicht prinzipiell kontra Regierung. Gehört halt die Prime Minister, sowas wie Bundeskanzler. Ja, okay. Macht Sinn. Macht Sinn. So. A Ladder Wealth Climbing. Tag 242. Uns geht's ganz gut, ne? Ich warte auf den Tag, wo es einfach finanziell bergab geht für uns. Current Wealth Holiday Time. It's a lazy Sunday afternoon in summer, with you and Sam making the most of both kids being out of the house, mean you're fucking all over the carpet. I mean, what? You bang? You bang. It's, okay. You bang your head coming out of the cupboards with the last 2 slices of homemade cake. It used to be much easier when you could store things in the pantry. It's rare for you and Sam to actually get to finish sweet things in the house, and you savor every moment. Just as you take your last bite, you hear the sound of the front door slamming. That'll be Charlie back from the Go-Getters. Stimmt, wir haben ja Charlie zu den Go-Getters geschickt. War das eine gute Idee? You can hear him practically running to come find you, and he's grinning from ear to ear when he finally does. I have some really big news. You and Sam play along, sitting attentively with bated breath. Ready? Charlie asks, as you both nod enthusiastically. With a flourish, he reveals a new badge from his pocket and proudly presents to you both to examine as he announces, "As of today, I am a member of the first tier cohesion cadets. There's way more stuff I'm going to be doing and I'll be working some weekends, but it's really cool." Was genau machst du bei den Go-Getters, wenn ich mal so fragen darf? Sam congratulates Charlie as you can't help but frown. It seems a big step up for teenagers, oder? You and Sam grin back at his son. You're thrilled that he's happy that he's doing well. I mean, so oder so, wir können uns ja für ihn freuen. Auch wenn wir vielleicht skeptisch sind, was die Go-Getters tun. Gott, dieses Gras, ey. Okay. Grown-up child. You always had dinner as family for the important events, and tonight's no exception. You've even invited Chris round as an olive branch. Or Sam did. And that's why, apparently. Okay. Ich weiß nicht, was das mir sagen soll. It'll be the last time you'll all be going to be together for a while. So far, you've managed to avoid fighting with Chris or Susie over politics, which Sam is no doubt grateful for. Wer war jetzt? Ne, Susie ist unsere Tochter, ne? Ja. With her exams, you and your work. No, with your exams, your work, you've got. With her exams and your work, you've not seen Susie lately. Lesen ist nicht meine Stärke, Chat. Of course, it's a squeeze having your mom and Chris around, but you make it work. It's like Christmas. Though, hopefully, with fewer outbursts. So, Alex, I believe you have a few words, Sam potently asks, nodding towards Susie. Your daughter cocks an eyebrow with a quizzical expression, and you can't help but to see a little yourself in it. Ah, yes, of course. What's it about? Susie asks, laughing as she takes a drink of her champagne-adjacent sparkling wine. Sam made a point this afternoon that it was a big day and that you should all just be celebrating her achievements. So our little Susie is pregnant. Wait. Come on, out with it, Alex. We're waiting. Chris laughs, clinging glasses with Susie. Chris seems to be in good spirits at least, even if they're chiming in unhelpfully as usual. Just wanted to say we're proud of Susie. We're done for getting into med school. Well done for getting into med school. Oder? Please, Chris, I'm just trying to congratulate my daughter. Ist ja nicht immer so mies zu Chris sein. Ich meine, wir haben unsere Differenzen, aber man kann auch lieb sein zueinander. Oh, Susie's mischievous smile becomes a grin as she gets up, comes around the table, and gives you a big hug. I'm going to miss you. You can see Sam start to tear up as they stand and join the embrace. Miss us? Are you going somewhere? A good question. Susie laughs, breaking the hug. No, not getting rid of me yet, but I'll probably have to leave when I get my first posting. Oh, hush now. Let's not talk about that. Sam cuts her off, smiling. The rest of the evening passes as happy blur, and even Chris behaves themselves. I couldn't be prouder. Unsere Tochter geht auf die Med School. Also wenn wenn ich das richtig verstanden habe, dann waren wir als Family zu Beginn, also vor 280 Tagen. What the fuck? Okay. Eigentlich noch relativ arm. Und jetzt durch die, soll ich sagen, dadurch, dass wir so viel Kohle bekommen haben von Advance, geht es uns gut. Wir konnten unsere Tochter wahrscheinlich auch, obwohl die muss ja schon länger irgendwie sich Richtung Med School vorbereitet haben. Aber gut. Macht die C-Fix. Sweet Dreams, danke fürs Reinschauen. Wünsche süße Träume. So. A sign of things to come. Shopping, something that's always seemed so tedious before the sanctions has become even more of a chore now. You managed to get almost everything you need for the family this evening, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car park, though it's hard to make out why in the dark. Hopefully, whatever's causing won't be long. It won't be long. As the final car in front of you drives off, you realize the queue is actually due to a checkpoint set up at the exit. Oh. A friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CCO, emblazoned in a number of places. Wait. A friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CCO emblazoned in a number of places on it, approaches your car and knocks on the driver's seat window. You roll it down. Oh, eingestickt heißt das. Emblazoned. Good. Good evening. Nothing to worry about. Just wondering if I could see your team membership card. Yes, please. Weren't these cards supposed to be voluntary? Sorry, I don't have one. Ah, that's not a problem. We got forms with us right here, and they are more than happy to sign up. The man gestures his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. Das wird die schlechte Art von Kommunismus hier, glaube ich. Die Diktaturkommunismus. Ja, scheiße. We are clearly... Oh, the man... Genau, ja. She clearly received the short end of the stick and is stuck with the paperwork. Well, I suppose I might as well as you're here, oder? I thought the card weren't required. Ja, wir müssen aber nicht, oder? Wenn wir nicht wollen. Well, strictly speaking, they're not. But there's also a lot of benefits to having them, and no reason not to get one. I mean, there are reasons. Persönliche Daten und so weiter. Freiheit become ungovernable. Don't play by the rules, my man. His smile fades a bit, and when he puts a hand up to scratch the back of his neck for a moment, he leans over you, his presence now seeming a little intimidating. You make a good point, sign me up. No thanks, it's not something I want right now. Nope, I'm good. Almost instantly, the friendly demeanor is gone, and his expression has a stern disapproval. Well, obviously, I can't make you sign up, but I would strongly recommend you do, and soon. We wouldn't want people to think you had anything to hide. Oh, would we? He takes a step back and gestures for you to drive on. You sure? You see him writing something down in a rearview mirror as you head home somewhat more hurriedly than before. Yep. Ah, yes. Habe ich erzählt, dass ich nebenbei quasi gerade George Orwells 1984 am Lesen bin? Also am Audiobuch lesen bin? könnte so angefangen haben. Okay, da war mehr Krieg involviert, aber prinzipiell, ne? Clearly advance are very keen on everyone joining the team. Okay. Ist sehr schön, dass ihr uns Geld gegeben habt, Advance, aber ich glaube, wir müssen darüber reden, was hier, ne, Joining the Team und so anbelangt. Ich glaube, wir haben da unterschiedliche Vorstellungen, wie das abläuft. Tag 92. An invitation worth ignoring? It's a Saturday, one of the few days off, and you made the most of it. But as late afternoon draws on, the invitation sits pinned on the fridge, staring accusingly at you. The Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event, Bozeman was very quick to tell you. Also, don't you dare be late. You already skipped a work weekend once. You cannot do it again, best go. You can live with another one of Bozeman, another note from Bozeman if it keeps your Saturday nights. I mean... Jasmin! Vielen lieben Dank für den Raid. Hi. Einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Hallo, liebe Raiders. Schön, dass ihr hier seid. Wie geht's, wie steht's? Ja, meine Lieben. Hoffe, hi. Hallo. Ja. Wie geht's, wie steht's? Wie war euer Stream? Willkommen, willkommen, ihr lieben Leute. Und hi, Lost Place. Wie geht's, wie geht's? Wenn ich jiggle, kriegt die Kneifzange angelegt. Wow. Hallo. Twitch Police, ich werde bedroht. Hi Bock. Schönen guten Abend. Und my party, my Alk. Hi, schönen guten Abend. Hello. Wie geht's? Benehmen sei. Ich wurde gekneift, Sankt. Nicht auf die Nippel. Nein, oh. Ja? Wie war euer Stream? Was habt ihr getrieben? Simin, seid ihr doch mal Stress machen hier.
Let's fucking go!
Ich wehr mich. Ich habe eine Kampfflöte. Und ich habe keine Angst, die einzusetzen. Also vorsichtig. Wie geht euch, meine Lieben? Ich hoffe, ihr hattet einen wunderbaren Stream. Ich hoffe, ihr seid alle gesund und fit und euch geht's gut. Willkommen zu einem kleinen Special Indie-Samstag. Wir zocken schon den ganzen Abend ein Spiel namens Not for Broadcast. Und das ist sehr gut und sehr, sehr, sehr wahnsinnig. Stellt euch vor, eine Mischung aus Papers, Please, wenn ihr das kennt, Five Nights at Freddy's und einem Comedy-FMV-Game. Also FMV, Full Motion Video, also quasi normal aufgenommene Videos im echten Leben zum Beispiel, also Videokamera und so weiter im Spiel. Wer nicht weiß, was FMV bedeutet, was jetzt kein Begriff ist, den jeder kennen sollte. Aber ne? Und also wenn ihr Bock auf Wahnsinn habt, Wahnsinn haben wir heute in rauen Mengen. Wir sind quasi, wie nennt man das? Regisseur, Schneidefuzzi, Administrator eines Live-Fernsehsenders. Und bestimmen quasi, also wir haben so immer mehrere Kamerafeeds, wo wir bestimmen können, was der Zuschauer sieht. Wir können Dinge zensieren, wir können aussuchen, welche Werbung die sehen und solche Dinge halt, ne? Und zwischendurch gibt es immer solche kleinen Choose-Your-Own-Adventure-Style Entscheidungsgeschichten, wo wir uns quasi einfach, du hast so einen kleinen Text, du musst dann entscheiden, wie du dich verhältst und das alles spielt wahrscheinlich langfristig auf die Story so irgendwie ein. Wahnsinnig, ja, also wir wurden schon von Killer Furbies angegriffen. Wir hatten schon mehrere Tanznummern. Ich glaube, den schlechtesten Rap, den ich seit Jahren gehört habe, hatten wir eben. Einen sehr angepissten britischen News-Anchor. Anchorman heißt die, ne? News-Anchor, das macht keinen Sinn. Und ein paar Schwurbler oder einen Schwurbler haben wir schon. Also, das Game ist klasse, aber es zieht sich ein bisschen. Will mal schlafen, schönen Stream noch. Alles klar, hoffe. Sweet Dreams. Hab einen schönen Tag, morgen halt die Ohren steif. Und was habt ihr getrieben, Jasmin? Erzähl mal. Hau mal raus. Und ja, wir sind gerade in einer kleinen also wir spielen gerade unser Real Life wieder, wo wir Entscheidungen innerhalb der Familie quasi treffen müssen und so weiter. Ich muss auch mal ins Bett. The Room 2 hat mich ganz schön gefordert. The Room 2 kenne ich gar nicht. Ich kenne The Room, den Film. Mit wie heißt er? Ihr wisst schon. Ja.
Oh, hi Mark.
Das. The Room. Aber ja, ich wünsche eine wunderbare Nacht. Und süße Träume. Tommy war so, Dankeschön. Ist ein Escape Room Spiel. Das klingt in der Tat sehr cool. Ja. Aber dann halte ich dich gar nicht weiter auf. Ich wünsche eine wunderbare Nacht und süße Träume. Und auch dir einen schönen Tag morgen. Und ich schaue mal, dass wir schnellstmöglich in die nächste TV-Sektion bekommen, weil ich mag die da Elemente zwar, wo man Entscheidungen treffen kann. Aber es sind ein paar viel für meinen Geschmack. Immer so 2 wären gut und dann wieder eine Fernsehsektion. Aber gut. So, wir können jetzt entscheiden, ob wir jetzt quasi zu dieser Arbeitsgala gehen. The Channel One Gala is a Mandatory Work Event. Was heißt ein Gala? Gibt's da Futter und Saufende? Wie lange geht das noch? Ich habe keine Ahnung. Wir könnten bei der Hälfte sein, wir könnten kurz vor Ende sein. Ich weiß es nicht. Also wir sind, glaube ich, nicht kurz vor Ende. Aber ich wollte es eigentlich auch. Ich hatte so gehofft, wir können das in einem Swoop durchspielen, aber das Game ist länger als gedacht. Wir können ja gerade mal so aus Spaß. Lass mal gerade sehen. How long to beat? Not for broadcasts. Ah, so lang scheint es gar nicht zu sein. Also wir sind jetzt wie lang dran? Ja gut, wir sind jetzt 3,5 Stunden dran. Das letzte haben wir 2 Stunden gemacht ungefähr. Wir haben wohl noch 2 Stunden und vielleicht ein bisschen mehr. Na gut. Ich würde sagen, wollen wir einfach mal. Also aus Prinzip würde ich sagen, fuck die Arbeit. Das ist unser Samstagabend. Aber so eine Gala kann ja auch interessant sein. Wenn es da Futter gibt, why not? Futter und Saufen, ne? Ich würde sagen, wir gehen dahin. Why not? Best start getting ready. You wonder if Sam will give you a lift. A drink or two might help with the enforced office socializing. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job, right? National News. Wir sind jetzt da. Das ist ja auch cool. You arrive on time barely at this Sauvagnon. Okay, ich kann das Wort nicht. one of the oldest and grandest hotels. Oh, das heißt es. The Savoyard. Das ist ein Hotel, ja, okay. You're surprised to see a queue to get in and quickly realize it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel and smart. Sind das auch Advanced-Leute? While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how very opulent the building is. Possibly the fanciest place you've been in your life. War eine gute Entscheidung, glaube ich. You submit to being patted down. With a sigh of relief, they are letting you into the hotel. Once inside, you directed to the grand ballroom, and following the signs, you marvel at the sheer scale of the place and the amount of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, a very severe-looking woman at the door asks for your name. I'm Alex Winston. She curtly checks her list before whispering something to the waiter beside her. You've made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please follow Emmanuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you can see why it's called the Grand Ballroom. You pause for a second to take it all in. You feel a slight tap on your arm and Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table in the central floor area with a decent view of the stage. Clearly, you're in Bosman's good books at the moment. You sat with some colleagues you've seen around the Channel 1 offices before, but you don't know that well. Wir arbeiten noch erst für 300 Tage für den, ne? Wir waren vorher irgendwie Hausmeister. One of them informs you far too excitedly it's very corporate. It's a very corporate evening and awards and speeches. Jerry, hi. Einen schönen guten Abend. Wie geht's dir? At least the food should be good. The food should be good. Schön, dass du hier bist, Jerry. Dinner is indeed lovely, and with the help of the no doubt very expensive wine, conversation flows easily enough. In fact, much to your surprise, you're actually presented with an award, Best Newcomer to the Channel 1 family. Well, wasn't expected. Danke. Dankeschön, danke. As you walk up to collect it, you recognize the presenter as Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey of Inquisitors fame. Inquisitors? Fame, okay. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's Gala. Oh, okay. Jetzt wissen wir, wo das ganze Geld herkommt. Oder warum das alles so pompös ist. Das ist auch von Advance. Klar, die füttern natürlich die News. Die füttern die News, wie soll ich sagen, Sender halt mit Kohle wie Sau, damit die bevorzugt behandelt werden. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's gala before especially thanking Prime Minister Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement for being in attendance tonight. Ja, die sind hier. Oh, cool. Wir können da mal Peter rumfluchen hören. As you take to the stage, you see the frontmost central table does indeed seat the Prime Ministers, as well as Bozeman, Meghan, and some other very well-to-do types that you don't recognize. That explains all the security. As you're handed the awards, Dr. Atkinson Blimey asks if you would like to say a few words. You're a little nervous and splutter out some quick praise for Advance and Channel 1. You make a joke, taking thanking Dave for fleeting to the crowd, leaving you his job. But you make a joke thanking Dave for fleeing the country and leaving you this job. Okay, ja. Finde ich gut. Soweit so gut. Nerv nur gerade mit einer Rechnung, wo ich den Zins ausrechnen muss. Goddammit. Mathe ist ein Arschloch. Ich fühle das. Most of the rooms break into polite laughter, but you see that neither the Prime Minister cracks so as much as a smile. You see that neither of the Prime Ministers cracks so much as a smile. And nor does Bozeman. He's too busy frantically flipping between examining Peter and Julia for a reaction and glaring daggers at you. Es war ein Joke, verdammt, halt die Nerven. Eventually, they join in the light applause as Adrian ushers you back to your seat. That might have not have been the smartest move. No, I like it. I'm proud of that. That was a good decision. Just as you're finishing up dinner, one of the other people at your table points behind you. As you turn, you see Bozeman walking briskly past with Julia and Peter in tow. You're pretty sure that he was pointedly ignoring you. He seems to be introducing the Prime Ministers to a selection of people that's at different tables. Better them than you, yes. Stell die anderen vor, es ist okay. You finish off the rest of the meal, listen to the last few speeches, and then head home. All in all, it was a surprisingly nice evening. You might actually look forward for the next one. Providing Bozeman invites you to the next one, of course. Ich meine, das wäre natürlich jetzt Jackpot gewesen. Ne? Wir waren da, wir hatten gut Futter, wir haben uns besoffen, wir haben uns genug zum Idioten gemacht, dass uns nicht mehr einladen, aber stehen auch nicht so schlecht da, dass der Chef uns komplett hasst. Ne? Ich bin sehr stolz auf diese Entscheidung. Tipp. Editing too quickly will annoy the audience and they'll switch off. Es sei denn, es ist eine Musiksektion. Habe ich gemerkt, da kannst du spammen. The Heatwave. Oh, The Heatwave? Oh, müssen wir erst das Ding hier an. Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm sweating like Peter Clement in an off-license here.
Okay, we're working on it.
What, you've got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought
Good.
you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the
Oh, ich muss noch Werbung fest. Werbung.
To keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
Right.
Oh nein, okay.
I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So we've got
A family-friendly holiday camp in the heart of the countryside. Sure.
For you, going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week.
Was ist der Unterschied zwischen den beiden?
Orders a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognize their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act of war. We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely, and we warn aggressors to this country that we are neither meek nor defenseless. Thank you.
Das klingt nicht gut.
Under the knife, sickly celebrity Johnny Handsleeves has reportedly opted for an experimental treatment as a last-ditch effort at curing his fatal illness. Abandoned by former partner Tiffany Lamore when public opinion turned against him, it seems poor Johnny Handsleeves has had to resort to a more extreme surgical procedure. Leaked medical records revealed this file photo of Johnny's surgeon. Pictured here at the start of his career, Dr. Allen is known for his steady hand, excellent bedside manner, and a particularly overzealous scalpel hand. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Soldiering on, despite criticism and threats of legal action, the CEO of Remington's Fist insists she will be continuing the controversial Junior Employment Opportunities Scheme. Sophia Remington has courted controversy throughout her short career, but the continuation of the program, described by many as a child labour force, is a low point even for her. Unsurprisingly, Sophia emerged from an emergency resolution meeting looking extremely troubled, telling reporters, "It all came as a real shock. I thought people hated children as much as I do." Captain,
I mean, true.
Progress today for the stranded scientists of Dante's Taint, as the captain leading their rescue mission is announced. The trapped team have survived in the cave system for many months now, but hope is on the horizon as the expedition leader is announced by the Board of Underground Theoretics. A respected professional with decades of experience, training and knowledge, Captain Audrey Aerospace is said to be the only real choice to
Was ist das eigentlich? Ich habe das angeschaltet. War das gut?
But an unfortunate one to be sat next to at a dinner party or social occasion. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protests, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt?
Disrupt, so heißen sie.
Do they want? Other than
Disrupt.
lots of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Oh Gott, oh Gott. Okay. Fernsehbild stabil. Was passiert? Oh Gott. No, no. Geh an. Alles gut. Was passiert?
But first tonight,
Oh Gott.
a team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are
Jesus
coping with
Christ, I'm sorry.
unprecedented hot weather.
Das war viel auf einmal.
First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns at the University of Princeford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
Fühl ich.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future.
Hey, Goldfinger. Schönen guten Abend. Doch, fuck, now. Ja, ich singe nicht an.
And as expected, everything is absolutely...
Jesus Christus.
Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Oh Gott, oh Gott, oh Gott.
Actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Okay, das ist wieder safe.
We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit.
There you go. Much
Yeah, we're all going to die.
and to Sophia Rimming.
Climate change, hell yeah.
All of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running
It's
out.
running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
There you are. Enjoy that.
Mehr Alkohol.
I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolfe, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolfe there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, let's over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Felsen,
Scritchford.
at the local school,
Guter Name.
and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet.
No.
Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing
schon wieder.
prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julius Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So, Gary...
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
Ich sehe schon, das eskaliert in Full-on-Diktatur, das da.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming.
Oh Gott, alles gut, ich hab's im Griff.
Right you are.
Today
Oh Gott,
no news.
ja, es fängt an. 7000 Dinge, die du im Auge behalten musst. No.
Big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which was recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat,
No,
the
bleib an.
smell really is. I mean, it's something else. Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town? No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arsminster. I smell fucked.
But who's laughing now, eh?
Sorry, what? Not me. That's...
Wait, what?
So what happened, mate?
What do we lose?
People from Willington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built flour factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does the stink not affect your life in every way, Barry? I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tax return or completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So what's the sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably the fume valves on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next recording is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
No, fuck.
Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous. Why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon. Feel the Bannon. Oh, man, what's the point?
And the ennui. All that's left now are
Shit.
hallucination and unconsciousness.
Nano Dotty? Was that you? Why are you made out of elbows?
Yep, fühl ich.
You know I don't eat opinions.
Don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right.
Oh, gar, ja, alles hab's im Griff.
Here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. I'm Barry Lardons. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Barry. With a naval blockade being set up
Oh Gott, sehe schon die.
as we speak, when we come back, I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons.
Die Wertung wird sehr scheiße.
Of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be back.
The next guest has some unsuitable opinions for the evening news. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for subversive talk. It would be nice if you could try not to undermine the station tonight. People are starting to notice you now.
It's 200 degrees in here, and I can't do this anymore.
You say this every Friday.
I've done something.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
My mic is still on.
Oh, wir haben ein Disruption-Tape bekommen. Ja, auf jeden Fall. Hau raus. Okay. Ja, E-Grades.
That's what I'm talking about? Cat football?
Das dachte ich mir.
Doing an interview with the War Minister. Or
Okay, das läuft noch. Werbung A. Ich habe jetzt in C das Video von Disruption. Das Ding ist am Laufen.
Exactly, which is
Wann kommt Elden Ring wieder? Weiß ich noch nicht.
very much on things. Christ, it's
Bald genug, keine Sorge.
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds. Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Was?
Right.
Yes. Tell us
Wow.
what all this on.
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you. So I was watching your show and I remember seeing the news about the election and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Is that right?
Not according to my therapist.
Well,
No.
in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they've asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie,
Okay, es ist ein
you come in.
reine,
My wife left me.
keine Ahnung, reine
We've started a group
Pup- und Furz-Humor eskaliert.
broadly comical by society.
Und dann Dinge überhitzen.
Take us seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson, that's absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how do you get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say,
Well,
say
we
that.
may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later.
Oh, ja, wir nehmen das alles auf. Warum? Warum ist das schlecht?
Ginger Tabby was a world-class pair of pedals.
Warum? Ich habe nur aufgenommen, was passiert.
Not you!
Unhand him at once!
Enough! That's enough! Enough!
What are you doing?
Trying not to piss myself.
Alex, cut.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio. I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody cat football? We are on the brinks of a siege the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
Warum Möb? Und Möb?
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind.
Warum Möb?
Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Ich glaube, wir haben eine Geiselsituation. That escalated quickly.
Alex, you listen to me.
Hi.
You pay attention.
Ja.
Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right. There's
Schon längst geschehen. Ist schon längst drin. Kollege, brauchst gar nicht.
And when I say so, and not before, you play it.
Schon längst passiert, Dude.
15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
Alex, I know I've doubted your competence, but surely even you know better than to play that tape. We don't take orders from armed lunatics. Play a normal effort, or there will be consequences.
All but now, we're going to show the other side for a bit. For a bit of fucking balance. Like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape.
Got it. Gotcha, buddy. Chaos! Anarchy!
Reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
Yeah. A+ segment. Got it. We are disrupt. We are the resistance. Anonymous? Quasi? You know the elderly. What? You know the rich were not all evil. And you know the team memberships card is an ID card. No matter what they try to tell you. But why should you trust us? Another faceless organization. Shadowy figures with a distorted voice. When you see it so many times in the movies, well, this is not a movie. No! Fuck! No, it's LMG. No! Kann man es nicht hören, das da sogar? Ich bin ein Idiot. Aber wir können das doch so hören.
Many people already won't. You can resist. You can disrupt. Find us. Talk with us. Join us.
So what now?
It isn't hard.
I don't know.
We're everywhere.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I had a speech, look. But this was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off.
God, please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long? How long, Jenny?
You already lied.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Joining me, unexpectedly, for I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is, what's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that feel, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. It's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
But it still has some.
I couldn't say.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I don't know what you want me to say.
Christ, you're fucking useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you later. Jenny?
I don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. You'd want to do this. Jenny, why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this program? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted.
Was?
Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
Well, there is the great big Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that bit came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
Like I said, you didn't know.
No. I didn't know. The people I met were with... He wasn't there.
God,
I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously, Alan fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love you, Jeremy, but...
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country.
Hi, Mina. Schönen guten Abend.
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, but what a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything. We're not saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grantham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave? Andy, your turn. Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy, stop.
Go on.
Really?
Eat it. Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop. They will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that.
Und wo kloppt's jetzt? Wait.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy.
Aber
You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. And anytime.
Shit.
All cameras on me. This new regime of ours is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of, whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves. Anyway, that's why I arranged for you all to see that broadcast in the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's all so fucking pointless. I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday. Try something else. Out of the limelight. Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice. Never tried it. I loved the news. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the news anymore. And I'm sorry.
The ads.
I've lost this fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
I've let you down.
Please, we can't show
All
you.
of
Cut
you.
to the ads.
My name's Jane
Now!
Donaldson.
Do it now!
If you can. Somehow. And I envy you if you can. Have a peaceful night.
Jeremy!
oh shit. Dude, that escalated immensely. Holy Jesus. Bumlins. Hell yeah. What the fuck?
Roller coaster. We've got none of that, but I can tell you what we do have. Danger cars. Colourful germ pit. This swing. stay with us in our rustic accommodation with all the facilities you'd expect.
Oh, boy. Wir spielen gerade Not for Broadcast, Mina. Und das ist gerade ein bisschen eskaliert. Ich finde den Winkel, also erstmal, um die Story bis dahin mal zu bewerten. Ich finde den Winkel prinzipiell ziemlich gut, dass du halt so, hey, ganz offensichtlich böse Regierung, keine Ahnung, Kommunismus, aber auch Diktatur, wahrscheinlich, die ersten Anzeichen für eine wahrscheinlich bevorstehende Diktatur oder langsam anschleichende Diktatur werden immer deutlicher. Gleichzeitig bildet sich aber auch eine sehr laute Gegenbewegung, aber die ist von einem fucking Scharlatan geleitet. So you're fucked either way, I guess. Wie soll das jetzt weitergehen? Moment mal gerade. Okay, also. Disrupt is Bullshit. So viel haben wir, glaube ich, festgestellt. Advance. Ich merke jetzt gerade, sie haben halt logisch sehr gegenüberstehende Namen. Advance and Disrupt. Ne, das eine will nach vorne schreiten. Wohin nach vorne schreiten, ist die eine Frage. Und die andere wollen einfach nur zerstören oder stören. Ne? More Info. Was habe ich denn? Oh Gott, habe ich den ersten in den Sand gesetzt, An exceedingly poor edit. You played one advert too late. Advance angered by content. Ja. Valves proved problematic. Valves? Oh, die Hitze-Dinger, ja, okay. You received your full wages. Did I? Also machst du mehr Zensur des Ganzen oder was dein Job? Ich kann prinzipiell bestimmen, was die Leute sehen und was nicht. Ich hätte jetzt ihn, als Jeremy da gelabert hat, hätte ich die ganzen Dinger, die gegen die Regierung gehen, hätte ich vollkommen zensieren können. Habe ich aber nicht. Ich habe einfach mal labern lassen. Und also wir zensieren Schimpfworte und sowas, ja. Weil das wirklich schlecht für die Einschaltquoten ist. Aber die Wahrheit zensieren wir nicht. Und man muss immer sehr schnell von einem zum nächsten Moment entscheiden, wie die Meinung zu gewissen politischen Themen ist. Enrico, vielen lieben Dank für den Follow. Dankeschön. Und Pulsar! Yo! Vielen lieben Dank für den Raid. Hi! Witch, schönen guten Abend. Enrico, guten Abend. Pulsar, vielen lieben Dank für den Raid. Wie geht's, wie steht's? Heiner? Oh, er kommt gerade zu einem sehr interessanten Zeitpunkt, ey. Aber erstmal willkommen. Willkommen im Stream. Ich hoffe, euch geht's gut. Ich schalte mal ganz kurz. Ich muss ganz kurz darüber reden, was gerade passiert ist. Aber ich kann auch gerade den Moment nutzen, die Raiders mal willkommen zu heißen. Und mal eine Minute mit euch gerade reden. Ich hoffe, euch geht's gut. Willkommen, willkommen. Was habt ihr denn gespielt? Wie war euer Stream? Und Green Witch. Einen wunderschönen guten Abend und vielen lieben Dank für den Follow. Also ihr erzählt mir, wie euer Stream war. Und ich lese es gleich vor. Und ich freue mich sehr drauf. Ich will wissen, was ihr getrieben habt und wie es euch geht. Und währenddessen erkläre ich euch was wir gerade spielen. Weil ohne Kontext Ich weiß kaum, was vor sich geht. Wir spielen nämlich gerade Not for Broadcast. Ein Fernsehen-Live-Schneide-Simulator, ne, wo er quasi eine News-Show, die spielt, quasi hältst live aus den einzelnen Kameras und Dingen, die man halt hat, zusammenzuschneiden und könnt mittels dessen so ein bisschen bestimmen, was das Publikum sieht und auch deren Meinung ein bisschen mitbestimmen. Und das hat auch so ein bisschen was von Papers, Please, weil es sehr politisch ist und man auch seine eigene Family so ein bisschen mit managen muss. Ich habe tatsächlich schon vorher ein bisschen zugeschaut. Hatte dich in meiner Empfehlungsliste. Oh, freut mich sehr. Schön, dass du hier bist, Enrico. War alles top, kann mich nicht beklagen. Hab das Spiel gesehen und fand, das sieht irgendwie interessant aus. Es ist sau interessant. Ich kann es noch nicht. Wir waren heute ganz entspannt ein Einhorn-Jumpsuit Planet Zoo unterwegs. Nice. Und haben wieder fleißig Tiere geschaut. Planet Zoo ist so entspannt. Das ist ein sehr cooles Game, ja. Ja, sehr cool. Stimmt, ich habe sogar eben, ich weiß gar nicht wann, aber ich habe in der Twitch-Übersicht, habe ich gesehen, dass du live warst und habe dein Einhorn-Jumpsuit gesehen. Der ist voll cool, ey. Ich fand den nice. Gerne. Aber ich bin raus für heute und sag gute Nacht. Alles klar, Witch. Vielen lieben Dank fürs Reinschauen. Ich wünsche eine wunderbare Nacht und süße Träume. Ja, mir geht's heute nicht so gut. Oh, das tut mir leid. Tut mir leid zu hören, Enrico. Ich wünsche dir eine gute Besserung oder was auch immer dir hilft. Dass es dir morgen oder im Laufe der nächsten Zeit besser geht. Ja, und okay. In der Welt von Not for Broadcast hat sich vor ein paar 300 Tagen ungefähr eine neue Regierung quasi wählen lassen, an die Macht gerungen irgendwie. Und die heißen Advance und sind quasi, also die haben zu Beginn so ein bisschen einen auf hier Kommunismus gemacht und hey, die Reichen sollen nicht nur mehr Steuern zahlen, sondern wirklich, wir verteilen die finanziellen Mittel einfach auf alle Bürger gleich. Also wir verdienen gleichzeitig noch Geld durch unseren Job irgendwie, aber irgendwie herrscht auch Kommunismus. Es wird immer nur so ganz grob erklärt, wie das finanziell abläuft, aber uns geht's gut inzwischen, so finanziell. Jetzt scheint es aber auch so zu sein, dass sie nicht nur, wie soll ich sagen, dass sie nicht nur Geld verteilen wollen und gucken, dass allen Bürgern gleich gut geht, sondern die scheinen auch ein bisschen sehr spezielle Außenpolitik zu haben. Ich habe nicht ganz verstanden, wieso, aber viele andere Länder haben beschlossen, unsere Belieferung mit Gütern sehr stark einzuschränken oder auch gewisse Subventionen einzuschränken, soweit ich es verstanden habe. Zudem, ja, stellt sich eine gewisse Diktatur anscheinend damit heraus, weil langsam die ganzen Leute anfangen, immer mehr, also die wollen so ein ID-System einführen oder so ein, keine Ahnung, Ausweissystem, wo man sich quasi dann überall ausweisen muss und gewisse Informationen überall preisgeben muss. Und es ist ein bisschen schwer, in kurze Worte zu fassen, aber das läuft anscheinend auf eine sehr klassische Diktatur hinaus. Und das ist nicht cool. Jetzt gab es aber gegen diese Diktatur auch so eine Art Gegenbewegung. So ein klassisches so ein Rebellenverein, der allerdings sich als, wahrscheinlich riesen Humbug herausgestellt hat. Dass das auch, ich glaube, Channel One wird uns für immer hassen, glaube ich. Das würde ich niemals ändern. Ja, und Advance, die hassen uns und deren Meinung die finden uns nicht geil, weil wir die nicht so toll darstellen. Und Disrupt hingegen, diese bisschen Anonymous-Style, weiß nicht, ja, sind ein bisschen wie Anon und rebellieren erstmal für weiß gar nicht für was. Real Talk, ich weiß gar nicht, wofür die rebelliert haben. Die haben einfach nur rebelliert. Und nicht so, hey, Rebellen, geil, bin ich dabei. Aber die wurden anscheinend auch von einem absoluten Idioten angeführt. Von so einem absoluten Schwurbel-Heinsi. Und jetzt weiß ich auch nicht mehr, wo ich hin soll. Irgendwie gibt's nichts so. Wegen das System. Ich meine, ja, prinzipiell, vielleicht nicht alles im System, aber vieles. Wir haben irgendwann mal Spaß bei einem Point-and-Click-Stream eingeführt und seitdem so ein kleiner Insider auf dem Kanal geworden, dass ich für den nicht jeweils im Stream Kanalpunkte gewünscht werden. Und durch den Jumpsuit gab's so ein Emote hier. Das ist ja cute. Ich sehe es. Das bestumme Jumpsuit. Nice. Ja, voll cool. So, ich bin jetzt sehr gespannt, wie es weitergeht. Also Jeremy war davon ausgegangen, das war nicht alles gestaged. Aber ich schätze, ab jetzt wird es halt so vollends eskalieren. Die mögen halt keinen Kommunismus. Ich meine, ich glaube, darum ging es nicht. Ich glaube, das ist nicht das Problem. A tape to remember. Ich glaube, es geht mehr um den Diktaturaspekt des Ganzen und nicht den kommunistischen Aspekt. You wake up, still partially in shock from what you saw on the news last night. Ein bisschen leiser wieder in den Sektionen hier. What you had to edit on the news last night. When you come downstairs, you find your family sat in the living room waiting for you. You take a seat on the sofa between Sam and Susie. Sam swallows hesitantly before starting. We were worried about you last night after Jeremy with the gun. Sam chokes down a sob. It was awful. On national television. How could he do that? And now, after a horrible pause, Sam finally says, "Are you okay, honey? I can't believe he's gone. Yeah, I'll be fine." Nee, lass ehrlich sein. In dem Augenblick. Sam looks at the kids and back at you. We saw that you choose to play that tape. They pause before continuing. And I couldn't help but wonder why. It seemed like the right thing to do. I mean, ich wusste nicht, was drauf ist auf dem Tape. Hätte ich gewusst, dass dieser Schwurbelhansi da seine Finger im Spiel hat, dann wäre das was anderes gewesen. Aber gut. Also, by the way, für alle, die jetzt vielleicht auch an dem Spiel so Interesse haben, ich kann euch das empfehlen. Das ist auch absolut nicht teuer auf Steam. Und die Story bisher ist halt echt interessant und weird und super lustig und manchmal auch gar nicht lustig. Das ist halt eben, es hat am Anfang so einen super leichten und humoristischen Aspekt. Haha, eine chaotische britische News-Sendung, wo die Weirdos interviewen und plötzlich begeht der Haupt-News-Reporter Menschy live on camera Suizid. Like, holy shit. Um The Anchorman zu zitieren, that escalated quickly. Yeah. It seemed like the right thing to do. What? That's not good enough. Disrupt are bad people. I can't believe you did that. Charlie's outburst seems to come out of nowhere, and no one in the room is prepared for it. Do you even think about how this stuff affects people, you're a fucking idiot. Sam tries to interject Charlie, but he's already slammed the door. Who cares? Fuck Charlie. Charlie always was a bit black and white about this sort of thing. For what it's worth, Alex, I think you were in an impossible situation and somehow you managed to make the right call. Danke, Sam. Sam throws her arms around you. Only you were stuck in that studio having to make that choice. No one can criticize what you did. I'm proud of you. Aww. You've never been so grateful to have Sam support you. Sam? You take a deep breath and gather your thoughts. It's all a lot to take in. You're not sure you've fully processed what happened last night, let alone what Charlie and Sam think about it all. You look at your daughter. Charlie. Ach, Charlie ist der Sohn, stimmt's. Ich muss sagen, ne, Chris ist unser Bruder. Ah, ich bin schlecht mit Namen, ey. Oh, natürlich. Ah, ja, natürlich. Charlie ist ja voll pro Advance, weil der in diesem Rekrutierungscamp. Au, das war unsere Entscheidung. Oh, no. Ja, shit. Ja, okay. Wir haben relativ früh im Spiel entschieden, Charlie zu einem Go-Getters-Camp von Advance, also es schien so wie eine Freizeit, fast so wie ein Pfadfinderverein fast gewesen zu sein von der Regierung. Und da waren die noch in Ordnung? Oder schienen in Ordnung? Aber so bekommen sie dich halt, ne? Trau niemals der Regierung. Ey, fuck. Okay. I know this is an incredibly difficult thing and we don't always agree, but I think you made the right choice. Susie smiled at you. Oh. Okay. Meine Tochter und meine Frau. Okay, das mit dem Sohn habe ich halt verkackt. You had to play it. There was just no other option. Ich meine, hätte ja auch sein können, dass die nicht von dem Schwurbler geführt sind. You put an arm around her and give her an affectionate squeeze. It's nice you've at least got some company. The TV is playing through some old western show, but it's not quite as distracting as you'd hoped. You were never going to please everyone. Am Anfang gesagt, dass sie bestimmt irgendeinen Nutzen ausziehen. Ja, ich hatte irgendwie die Hoffnung, dass vielleicht das Spiel mal die Regierung nicht als weiß nicht, als literally Satan darstellt. Oder in dem Fall schlimmer als Satan. Ihr wisst, was ich meine. Aber ja, es war naiv von mir, muss ich sagen. A questionable choice? You go off to work early today, rare enough occurrence to put a spring in your step. As you close the front door, you can hear excited conversation bubbling in the kitchen. Clearly someone popped around for a Cooper on Sam's Friday off. Hopefully there's still some biscuits left. As you enter the kitchen, you see Sam and Susie enthusiastically discussing something. Your daughter still in her scrubs, having clearly come straight from work. I've got the posting I was hoping for, she gushes. I'll be doing my placement in the new transition center, really hoping people really helping people like Grandma. Transition Center, ne, da geht's nicht darum, was man vielleicht denkt bei einem Transition Center. Das ist aktive Sterbehilfe Center. cool. Yay. Nice. Es gibt ja niemand einfach so Geld ohne einen Haken. Ja. Ja, das weiß ich jetzt auch. Ich wollte einfach mal positiv sein. Ich wollte mal, aber nee. Also. Embla! Vielen lieben Dank für den Resub im 9. Monat. Willkommen zurück im Kult der Leute, die gesagt haben, der aber keinen speziellen Namen hat. Wie geht's dir, Rambler? Schön, dass du hier bist. A transition center. Why would you want to work in those horrible places? That's amazing news. Congratulations, sweetheart. Such important work. Kann ich halt sagen, dass ich stolz auf sie bin, dass sie ihr Ziel erreicht hat, da zu arbeiten, aber trotzdem mit ihr über die ethischen Hintergründe darüber diskutieren? Okay. Ist das eine Kombinationsmöglichkeit? Geht es? Weil ich weiß, wenn ich jetzt sage, warum willst du an so einem scheiß Ort arbeiten? Dann ziehen wir die direkt runter, ne? Ich will halt meine Tochter unterstützen, wo es geht. Und das ist nicht die richtige Herangehensweise. Und ich würde in dem Kontext wirklich sagen, good job. Das ist so schlimm, dass man nie die Auswahlmöglichkeit, die man haben will. Ja, klar. Dafür ist es halt ein Videospiel dann doch zu binär. Ja, ich bin erst dann positiv dem gegenüber. The five of you? Wait. Oh, Mom? Sam, ich, Susie? Oh, und Dings wahrscheinlich. Wie heißt unser Sohn nochmal? Charlie. Oh, 6 if you include Emma, Mom's nurse. Also auf der anderen Seite, ne? Fuck Advance. Fuck 'em Hearts. Aber die haben auch dafür gesorgt, dass unsere Mutter halt sich eine Krankenschwester leisten kann. Das ist ein guter Winkel, den das Spiel da anspricht, ne? Dass halt eben viele ich sag mal, wie es ist, Diktaturen oftmals zu Beginn sehr viel Positives für die Arbeiterschicht tut. Oder zumindest die Mittelschicht. Um die auf ihre Seite zu kriegen. So wie das zum Beispiel. Um dann solche Entscheidungen gegen die schwerer zu machen. Grandma's a bit better this evening and you hear her talking with Susie in hushed tones throughout the night. You don't cook often, but tonight everyone's complimenting the chef. You know how many more evenings we'll get like this. I mean... A burden born. It's been 6 months since you and Sam last discussed Grandma's ever-increasing medical cost. And Emma, whilst very pleasant, has proved as expensive a nurse as you feared. You can't quite believe it's been that long already, but the sanctions are really starting to hit home now. And unfortunately, the government's only solution to help the ailing elderly is a day trip to the transition center. Ja, ist eigentlich auch der Punkt. Ne? Die AfD hat auch mit Steuersenkungsversprechen angefangen, bevor sie, Yep. So fängt es halt an. Ne? Du musst halt die Leute irgendwie hooken. Wenn du weißt, dass da eine Pläne halt so extrem sind, musst du halt zart anfangen. Ne? Das sind genau die Leute, die quasi dir vorher, das sind genau die Menschen, ne? Wenn du Leute triffst und die tun dir von Sekunde 1 Honig ums Maul schmieren, weißt du, die tun das wahrscheinlich nur mit eigenen Hintergrundgedanken. Und Leute, die von vornherein einfach ehrlich sind, da weißt du, okay, die sagen, was sie denken. Da weißt du, wo du dran bist. Ja. Why does everyone always seem to come back to money? Why does everything? Yeah. It's time. This time, it's you at the kitchen table surrounded by bills and paperwork when Sam comes to join you. Today, Emma told you that there are really nothing more you could do, except an expensive experimental new treatment that might not even help. Ja, aber sometimes your mom wants a treatment. More often, she talks about visiting the transition center. It's hard to know which she really wants. Sam puts a hand on yours. What are you going to do, honey? She's your mother. It has to be your choice. Ich meine, ey, wir müssen jetzt auch nicht ihr Leben halt mit irgendwelchen experimentellen Drogen oder Behandlungen in die Länge ziehen. Das ist ja auch irgendwann, macht es auch keinen Spaß mehr, ne? Und ich scheine ja schon seit, weiß nicht, knapp einem Jahr nicht mehr wirklich da zu sein. Hey Rach! Schönen guten Abend. Vielen lieben Dank für den Host. Wie geht's dir? I don't think she wants to live like this anymore. It's hard, but it's time for the transition center. Chat, ist das okay? Ich meine, oder halt, she's my mom, we have to do whatever we can, let's get the treatment. Ich weiß nicht. Ab einem gewissen Alter muss man einfach sagen, du hattest ein schönes Leben, jetzt lass es gegen Ende nicht irgendwie unnötig schmerzhaft enden. Genau? Ich wäre in der Tat, glaube ich, wirklich einfach. Alles gut soweit, hört man sehr gerne. Und selbst, ja, also, viel. Viel, alles viel. Aber gut, ey. Und das Spiel ist auch gerade sehr viel. Das Spiel spiegelt gerade sehr gut mein Leben wieder. So alles in allem. Alles viel. Passiert viel. Passieren viele Dinge im Leben. Ich finde es schwer einzuschätzen, aber ich stimme dir zu. Es ist halt auch einfach, also fuck den finanziellen Aspekt davon, ne? Scheiß drauf. Wir haben Kohle. Aber ich wurde auch von Killer-Furbys angegriffen. Das ist richtig. Also im Real Life, ich darf, glaube ich, nicht drüber reden. Also nein. Hallo? Ich hoffe doch nur Gutes, aber aktuell ist das Leben irgendwie komisch. Ich glaube, es gibt selten Situationen, wo einem wirklich nur Gutes widerfährt. Und alles im Leben hat Vor- und Nachteile. Ich versuche immer in allem Schlimmen auch was Gutes zu sehen und bei allem Guten auch die Langzeitkonsequenzen im Auge zu behalten und einfach viel. Relativ neutral eigentlich, würde ich sagen. Und eine Flöte noch oben drauf. Rage. Die Flöte ist zu weit weg, ich finde sie nicht. Da ist sie. Passend zur Musik. Ja, okay. Sorry, Mom, aber ich glaube, es wird Zeit für dich, ey. Guck mal, du kannst mit Susie zusammen ins Transition Center gehen. Einwandfrei. These things are never really a choice. Hopefully the kids will understand. It was all you could do, given the circumstances. If only things... Warum, ey? Leute, irgendwann ist... Like, wir sind alle sterblich. Like, ist okay. Einfach irgendwann zu sagen, ja, war cool, aber es reicht. Wie mit allen guten Dingen im Leben. Irgendwann ist mal Zeit für den nächsten Schritt im Leben. Wer weiß, vielleicht das ganze Afterlife-Ding halt doch eine Sache. Ich glaube nicht dran, aber ich weiß es auch nicht. Achtung, Leben endet immer tödlich. Hier kommt keiner mehr lebendig raus, ne? Okay. Was haben wir denn jetzt hier? Wir haben neue Knöpfe. Oh, wir können Soundfiles einspielen. Oh. Okay. Oh, Videotapes brauchen wir noch. Crazy Neil erstmal wieder. The Cruise Ship, okay. Advanced War Broadcast. Essential Message from the Government. This must be played. Von mir aus, wir spielen das einfach mal. Wir will auch wissen, was die uns zu sagen haben. Daring New Fragrance from Eye of the Beholder. SS Funship. Sure, why not? Aber wir haben ein Upgrade von unserem Gedöns hier.
10 seconds, everybody.
Oh, stimmt, das ist auch der erste Broadcast nach dem Tod unseres...
5, 4, 3.
Oh, lauter wieder.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolfe. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today, and as the weeks and months of this war make ever more demands on our armed services, those numbers will, tragically, only continue to rise. Don't starve. Advance's food program moved from strength to strength.
Don't starve together?
Depots were opened in the last remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. However, with a reported rise in mental and physical health issues since the imposition of the blockade, critics have questioned whether those smaller communities which are only now starting to receive help could have been better and quicker served. 7 days to die. The recent decision
okay.
long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community. With dwindling medical supplies leaving many of our most vulnerable facing chronic pain, it can come as no surprise that the transition centres have found themselves stretched to capacity. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card, a worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight.
Oh, ja, ich weiß.
Are still open for those who like to run fashionably late. They can expect a few tricky questions from Advance. Start me up. Disrupt spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankipool. Large crowds gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination. Community cohesion
Können wir jetzt gegen beide sein?
Challenged by the unruly mob element always present at Disrupt events, but thankfully managed to keep violent incidents to a minimum. And finally, absent friends. Sad news today as the grave of former National Nightly News host Jeremy Donaldson is vandalised by radical Disrupt activists. The much-loved broadcaster suffered a very tragic public breakdown 10 weeks ago in an incident which ultimately cost him his life. Disrupt spokesman Alan James, whose organisation last week named Mr. Donaldson as the cause's first martyr, described the graffiti as a fitting tribute to a hero of the resistance. But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable Prime Minister Peter Clement in an exclusive interview from his home in Lancashire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Was zur Hölle geht da ab, bitteschön? Ein bisschen sehr laut gemacht jetzt. Also. What? Was? Oh.
I'm a little overexcited to announce I'll be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lancashire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Oh, have we started? Yes, that's
Was ist denn mit dir ab,
a
ey?
few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything. As my old mum used to say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car.
Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this new you?
Today, I spoke to the people of Mankley.
When Jeremy Donaldson.
Oh.
Well, you know. And it was blistering hot, as I'm sure.
Können wir entscheiden, wer wir jetzt zeigen? Wait.
I were a bit wheezy.
Nee, was?
And all that. And Mrs. C turns to me after the signal dropped.
Kann ich gegen beide sein?
And she was in floods of tears. And she says, Peter. She said.
Was denn, sind wir jetzt auch gegen Disrupts?
She's dead. So I made a decision. And since that day, I have stopped smoking cigars. Except for Christmas. My birthdays. Weddings. State dinners. That's what I say. I got this useless Rudy backwards doesn't go anywhere.
Wir zeigen einfach, wie korrupt.
I'm going on a walking holiday this Christmas. And
Wir zeigen, wie korrumpiert die Regierung ist. Da müssen wir nicht den Schwurbler zeigen, oder?
This winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister.
Well, Mrs. C has never liked travelling at the best of times.
Ja.
These are certainly
ganz schön.
times. On that we can all agree. And there's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territory at the moment, as I'm sure you're all aware. Some of those forms are bastard long.
All in it together.
What? All in it together! Oh, yeah. Also, it doesn't seem very advanced to be going abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail?
No one tells me anything, Peter. You should know that. Why don't you know?
Well, leaving that for a moment, it says on this card that a body like yours must take some planning to achieve. What's your morning routine?
Well, I have a frigid morning routine.
Rigid? It's rigid for fuck's sake!
Oh, yeah. A rigid and demanding plan that my doctor and personal trainer...
Who's your personal trainer?
Some prick called Clark. Is that on your card?
I thought you might wonder. Prime Minister, speaking of planning, with the blockade in its 20th week and the people of this country reeling from its effects, what plan do you have to get us out of this mess?
What? Oh. Oh, shit. My bad. Yep. Sorry. Ich war auf dem falschen Bildschirm.
One for which you, the democratically elected Prime Minister, must have an answer.
Don't you get smart with me, Pat. I was a fucking national treasure before you were a twinkle in the milkman's scrotum. You want to talk about plans? Let me tell you about plans. That's all we do. Fucking plans and revise plans and then meetings to discuss the implementation of plans and plans and yet more planning for fucking plans and yet more fucking plans.
Well, that's good. That's good to know.
Do you know, I used to really like you, Pat. You were a breath of fresh air. But I've been watching you, and you know what? You get more like him every day.
I will take that as a compliment. Prime Minister, later on this evening, your co-leader, Julia Salisbury, is going to give a national address from team headquarters. Can you give us a hint of what she's going to say?
Yes. Well, I imagine that there
Sorry,
will be
you imagine?
the usual... No, what I mean is...
You do know about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
Well, I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't memorize each other's bloody diaries either. As my old mum used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else you got?
Sorry?
Only cards. What else? A little piece of my life you want to rustle through? Get up, refill my last. Ta. Ah, come on. Come on.
Okay. What music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to Little C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is. Do you think the C stands for...
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
Yeah, actually, that does make more sense, actually.
How's rationing affecting you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn to get by on the basics. Take comfort in each other. I've got Mrs. C and many a fine single malt. I want for nothing. Except for a decent night's sleep, of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's time for the culture spot with Lil C and a world premiere.
Das ist schon fucking schmerzhaft, den zu sehen. Ne?
Can't wait to hear that. We'll be back.
Ich meine, er ist legit ein Arschloch. Und fuck him. Oh, Werbung. Werbung. Werbung! Ich hab gedrückt.
I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Bozeman's face turned a colour that I think you call embolism.
Am I in trouble?
Bozeman?
War das das Tape, was wir spielen müssen? Ja, ich will mal hören, was die sagen. Was?
They have tried to starve us, but as a team, we have grown food enough for all. They have tried to hurt us, to cut off our medicines, but as a team, we have offered radical, compassionate solutions. And they have tried to scare us, to rob us of power and leave us in the dark. But as a team, we have lit a fire so bright that they will never quench it.
Ah, yes. Ich hasse sie.
Leaders who do not eat.
Yep.
No doubt have spotted the updated mixing disc. You'll need the new buttons during the next sections. First, we'll need applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
Should we lose? That is why it's vital that we pull together.
Müssen wir die wirklich spielen? Ich meine, das ist legit Propaganda, das da, ne?
So that they too embrace this new future. Because a team can only succeed.
Wenn du irgendein politisches Video hast, wo kleine Kinder drin vorkommen, ist das immer Propaganda. Punkt.
I've never heard of her before.
Oh, she's big, really big.
Really? Is she any good?
Nah, of course not.
Will ich eigentlich wegschalten, wenn der Typ trinkt, öffentlich und illegal? Wir sind nicht in den USA und zweitens ist mir das auch egal.
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting
bread and mate.
that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the age of just 20. Let's give it up and welcome Lil C! I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
What's the regime?
What?
My man
Warum?
suggests it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Oh, well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that, like, annoying little girl from that show to that, like, sexy little girl from that show.
Wow. That must have been bizarre.
Not really. It was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't
Oh, ja, okay. Ist,
Nothing that's strange about it, Megan.
wie heißt du? Hannah Montana? Wie heißt du wirklich?
Aliens told him to hate women. But there really isn't anything wrong.
Uh-huh. So, this
Wer heißt er denn?
newfound explosion into your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Das soll er wahrscheinlich darstellen. Oder sowas in der Art, ne?
Nice underwear, you know, for the paparazzi. But as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Nur schlecht mit Popstars.
Right. So, what's the album about?
So I thought it was about, like, how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about, like, promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again.
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
So soon, after the last one?
Oh yeah, I've actually released 2 albums
Man.
at lunchtime and a clothing line during this interview. See, this is called Cry for Help and it's going to be in all the
Ja, ich hab's alles gut.
retailer shops. And
Gott, so viele Dinge.
now, so girlies, you know what to do. Scream and cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh, there she goes. Blimey.
Blimey.
All these projects.
Haben wir bewiesen, dass es britisch ist?
Yeah, it can get tough and I hate it sometimes and I hate myself. I just want to, like, cry into a bath of root veg. But then I think thousands of girls would do anything to be me, so I must be quite lucky.
Well, you know you don't have to do this, though, don't you?
Yeah, I do think that sometimes. Most nights between, like, my 4th vodka and the 8th time a stranger slaps me around the arse. I think things could have been different, you know, like better. But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I'd press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practising again.
Oh, sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Quagler proud and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it.
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. But you know what? It's actually all right. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
All right then. Well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a
Yeah, Pop-Propaganda.
It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here's Lil C with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
It's the Force's favorite, the queen of teams. Here, breaking your blockades, Lil C.
Oh ja. Jetzt ist es Britney Spears plötzlich.
Hungry. There's a place in me that's empty. I want that meet you packing. Only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here.
Ich hasse es.
No agenda.
Bitte mach's weg.
Swamp the team and read.
Kann auch hier leider drehen, das ist cool.
Don't stop
Wait.
I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no Vickers, but a common skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pour.
Eine Anspielung an Sache mit Lil Peep und Trump. Wer ist Lil Peep?
An enemy soldier. So let them try and break your dream. We fight and love and die at two. So what
Es ist irgendwie
lemons boys can come and use me as a
so ein Rapper, okay.
wanna see some action.
Es ist... What? What? Das Timing stimmt aber. Fick dich.
I've been this wild and free since my mom burdened me. She was only 53, but
Oh, ich darf nur... Hä? Man muss, glaube ich, früher drücken, als man denkt.
judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't
Mein Counter so schön hoch.
quick before I get much older. Tie me down and roll me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So what if Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy and with me
Yep. Ich finde schon, dass so ziemlich alle Gesellschaftsstrukturen irgendwie ihren Fett wegkriegen.
come and break my sanctions.
Okay, sagt gleich nichts mehr an. Und die Boys haben auch nichts mehr an. Ja, aber okay. Schießt du... Oh. Ja, okay, es ist full on. Ja. Muss ich hier nichts zensieren? Ich meine, wenn aus den Kanonen da gleich Sahne rausgeschossen kommt, dann schalte ich um. Dann mache ich Werbung an. Yep, that's my thoughts exactly.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Lil C for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
Alles klar, Luzi. Gute Nacht. Sleep well.
Can I just say, thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah.
To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours, won't you?
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain perspective on me. You know what it's like.
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jean Short? Is he?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both had the same agents, you know, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together.
Wow.
And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to stop needing it.
Okay.
All 4 of the sound effects to help things along. Try and pick the most appropriate one at each given moment. The actors can't hear what you're doing, so they'll be trusting you to make the right choices.
Ja, ich kann jetzt selber entscheiden, was für Soundeffekte ich spiele über die Bilder quasi.
No, not anymore. I'm better than that now. I'll tell you what. Just keep adding flowers until it feels like 12.
Nee, anonym, das meine ich nicht. Es ging jetzt mehr um wirklich die politischen Anspielungen dadurch. Und nicht wirklich auf Twitch bezogen, sondern auf das Fernsehprogramm selbst. Und das war jetzt auch eine Übersexualisierung von Krieg und von... Ne? Ich meine, ich muss ja erklären, was wir gerade gesehen haben, ne?
Finally over, I can reveal that every night on the show we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff.to now. How'd you like that?
Well, yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this?
Who?
Your wife.
Oh, God, no. No. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Yeah.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom. And I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Wow. Utter shite.
And without further ado,
let's
give it up for the notice board.
You have to play a sound effect, Alex.
Ich hab doch geklickt, du Arsch. Oh, ich hasse das. Noch so eine...
Alex, if you keep this up, you'll ruin the notice board, and the actors won't be happy.
Good morning.
Okay, das geht jetzt schneller, habe ich gemerkt, okay?
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts. They've vandalised my shop again.
No!
Yes! They've written all
Hast gepasst?
sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
Oh, das ist das ist nicht
They won't ever become productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, was ich damit gerade lenke, wenn ich die Dinge da auswähle. Aber okay, oh Gott. Aha.
See? Works like a charm.
What a way to put it, Ray. And just like that, we can unlock their future.
Yes.
I don't know. Ich weiß nicht, was ich tue.
Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Ich will immer das Falsche.
I think that one's addressed to me.
Ich drücke einfach auf den Knopf richtig.
Oh, so you're right.
Okay, das hat gepasst.
Here it is. It's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers? Hey?
Ich hab geklickt.
Oh,
Es hat aber gehangen.
no, it's Brad. He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Wir lachen einfach.
Brad, we don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way.
Yeah, gang signs.
It's in my resume on that notice
Fuck.
board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What? Did you say tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Ray?
Not at all.
Ich weiß nicht, was passiert gerade. Oh. Oh.
You, a young person,
time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No joy.
So it wasn't you who vandalised my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way. It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray. Oh, what the heck?
What the Erdbeben oder Panzer oder beides? Atombombe? Stromausfall. What the fuck happened?
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we're picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be... Oh God. What appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major cities. Initial estimates put the death toll into the millions. I'm being told we're experiencing power fluctuations as a result, so apologies for any interruption to this broadcast for you at home. And apparently we can head over to for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment now. Yep, yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres and will not hesitate to detonate them if our conditions are not met in full and without delay. The people of our territory will no longer tolerate your illegal and genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately.
Wait.
We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement governments to ensure that your citizens become part of the new future. Your borders are now our borders. Your people are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed.
Okay.
But
ich meine, irgendwo ist aber gut.
the moment that they feared is now upon them. Allow me to...
Ja, ich überlege gerade, ob ich nicht einfach das ganze Ding unterbreche.
If you fire a single shot at our territory,
Also what? Fuck you. Das ist vollkommen recht.
one of our citizens, single one
How
of
you
our...
voted. You didn't vote for this. None of us did. We... This can't be. We are waiting for the news and... Oh. What if they refuse?
We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight. Thank you.
Okay, also...
Think of what Jeremy would say if he were here now. He was always sceptical of Advance. Then I suppose he was always sceptical about everything. That's part of what made him so frustrating to work with. And so brilliant. I'm not going to lie, Jeremy, I really wish you were here now. You'd know what to say, you'd know how to bring everyone together. And I don't think you'd be angry. I think you'd see that anger was the engine that brought us here. I think you'd want us to stop, to look around us at the people and things we're so very lucky to have, and to realise what a privilege it is just to be alive. I think you'd want us to spare a thought for those with loved ones who are abroad tonight. And I think you'd be worried about retaliation, but you wouldn't show it. You'd remind us that this country and its people endure.
Okay.
You'd remind us that despite the way you hated how it sounds, we are a team. And I think you'd ask us to go to our loved ones and be with them tonight. But I don't have the words that you had, Jeremy. None of us do. My name's Megan Wolfe. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
So...
Fang nicht an, mich emotional zu machen, Spiel, ey. Fuck, das ist...
Yeah, you would have done, you old bastard.
Fucking Christ, Okay. Ich meine, ich war bisher so der Meinung, wenn es jetzt um die Entscheidung geht, spielen wir jetzt die Broadcasts von Advance oder spielen wir die Broadcasts von Disrupt, wenn es darum geht, welche Welt wir zeigen wollen. Und bis gerade eben dachte ich mir, okay, wir zeigen einfach, wie kaputt Advance ist. Und das wird die Welt wohl wachrütteln und zeigen, okay, das soll nicht die Regierung sein, die wir gewählt haben und mit denen wir uns unterwerfen und denen wir folgen. Aber spätestens seit dem letzten Tape, seit der offenen Ankündigung bei dem Augenblick waren es dann wirklich einfach also nicht nur wirklich einfach, das waren Terroranschläge im Namen einer Regierung auf das eigene Volk. Die werden einfach jetzt komplett rausgenommen. Und bei jeder Gelegenheit gehen wir, also was ich mir halt gut vorstellen kann, pass mal auf. Das, wie hieß der andere noch? Der Schwurbelheinsi. Ich weiß seinen Namen nicht mehr. Der Schwurbelheinsi halt, der jetzt der Anführer von Advance quasi ist. Von Disrupt quasi ist. Vielleicht war der wirklich einfach zu Beginn absolut wahnsinnig, ist aber in die Rolle geraten, einfach nur weil er sich in die Öffentlichkeit gedrängt hat und weil er sich wichtig gemacht hat, ist er dann in die Rolle des Anführers dieses Vereins geschlüpft und realisiert langsam, glaube ich, in welcher Rolle er ist und welche Macht er hat und kann wirklich das Richtige tun. Wäre cool, wenn man auf dem zweiten Monitor das rote Signal konstant sehen könnte. Das rote Signal. Was meinst du? Ach so, du meinst, oh, ja, okay. Also können wir theoretisch, ist ein guter Punkt, warte mal, das können wir theoretisch sogar tun. Also im Nachhinein jetzt. Wir können jetzt hier Level? Ah ja. Wir können jetzt hier quasi nochmal das Ding
Megan Wolf and the team for tonight's National Nightly News. There's just time to take...
Wir können es aber... Edit Note? Nee. Delete? Können wir das nicht sogar? Das war jetzt doch... Da waren wir gerade, ne? Load Tape. Wir können das jetzt nochmal spielen und noch irgendwie zwischen hin und her schalten, oder?
For tonight's National Nightly News. There's just time to take a peek at what's coming up later tonight on Channel 1. At 6:30, it's Ration Kitchen with Jordan Rankley. And tonight he'll be screaming at some pensioners while they try and fashion a nutritious meal out of a can of condensed milk, a cow's tongue, and some rhubarb. Not one to miss. At 7 p.m, it's a look back to
Aber hier können wir uns nur ansehen, was wir jetzt gebaut haben, ne? Wir können nur das Endergebnis uns nochmal ansehen. Wir können nicht zeigen, wir können jetzt hier nicht nochmal zwischen... Aber das gab es auch, die Möglichkeit... Wie ging das nochmal? Oh, Rush's Room. Hier können wir, glaube ich... Genau, hier können wir, glaube ich, nochmal zwischen den einzelnen Geschichten nochmal hin und her schalten, oder?
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we're picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be... Oh God. What appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major cities.
Ja, das ist eben live, weißt du halt nicht. Aber genau darum geht es in dem Spiel. Dass du eben on the fly solche Entscheidungen treffen musst. Ohne wirklich zu wissen, auf was du dich einlässt. Genau, das ist nämlich das Ding. Dass du nicht genau vorher weißt, was kommt. Sondern musst quasi aufgrund der Dinge, die du vorher gelernt hast über die einzelnen Vereine, dich entscheiden dann. So, aber hier haben wir jetzt nur... Aber haben jetzt hier niemals das andere Ding, oder? Kommt das noch jetzt vielleicht? Auf den anderen beiden Bildschirmen.
The people of our territory will no longer tolerate your illegal and genocidal blockade.
Ja, jetzt käme schon das andere von...
We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender.
Ne. Aber wir kommen jetzt an das andere Ding nicht mehr ran, an diesen Hijack Broadcast. Shit. Aber wir haben ja mittendrin rumgeschaltet. Sehen wir jetzt vielleicht zumindest das nochmal? So gefühlt ziehen die Lady da alle Strippen und der Dude hat einfach keinen Plan von gar nichts und einfach, genau, mitgemacht, weil er durchprofitiert hat. Richtig, richtig. Ich meine, so fangen ja auch, also so fangen ja oftmals auch Diktaturen an, dass eben Leute, ne, wir fanden ja, also zu Beginn habe ich auch gedacht, ja, cool Advent, die machen ein bisschen Kommunismus hier, Verteilung von Geldmitteln und so weiter, finde ich nice. Und er war am Anfang auch dabei und er merkt gerade, dass sie einfach alles an sich reißt. Sowohl die Partei als auch die politische Richtung halt komplett.
We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight. Thank you.
Ja, ne, wir kommen das andere nicht mehr ran. Advert, das ist nur die Werbung davon. Ja. Lootbox, hell yeah. Gibt eine Lootbox-Werbung?
Takes more than an all-night yacht party to stop me from doing my job. Times are tough for you.
The fuck mit dem Haus ab. Was habe ich denn hier verpasst? Dadurch, dass ich die Werbung nie gesehen habe. Was habe ich denn da?
Consuming new and wonderfully unnecessary products. Well, look no further, you poor huddled masses. You need the Sophia Remington swag box from me, Sophia Remington.
Oh, blimey, Jazza. The old Market Square's looking a bit Somerset Bentley. Empty today.
I know, Bazza. I never thought I'd 5 a day say this, but I don't dog on a bike like shopping anymore. All the fun's gone.
I remember when there was all sorts of gram.
Die gehen voll den Bach runter. Ich habe die halt nie unterstützt. So finanziell. Ich hätte es mal, hier, wie heißt der andere Boy? Crazy Harry geht's halt gut, weil ich dem die ganze Zeit Werbung gegeben habe, ne? Halt, ja, Werbezeit quasi. Dann einfach mal weiter. Oh boy! Ist wieder 3:30, ey. Ich habe so das Gefühl, das geht noch ein bisschen weiter. Und vielleicht macht Sinn, auch das nächste Mal weiterzumachen und jetzt nicht bis um. Oder irgendwann auch die mit der Kinderarbeit. Stimmt. Wobei die das nur oder genutzt haben. Das waren nicht die, die das ins Leben gerufen haben, glaube ich, oder? Also, genauso schlimm, aber. Ich weiß nicht, ob das auch derselbe Verein war, die das Ganze gestartet haben. Current wealth, well off. Ich überlege gerade, es ist halt 3:30. Ob man vielleicht nicht wirklich einfach sagen sollen, wir wollen jetzt die letzten, vielleicht noch 2, 3 Kapitel jetzt nicht nicht übers Knie brechen und ein andermal in Ruhe machen? Oder? Ich werde morgen wahrscheinlich nicht streamen, aber dann, na gut, nächsten Samstag nicht, haha. Aber irgendwann im Laufe der Woche? Vielleicht? Ich meine, ich lade Dinge ohnehin auf YouTube hoch, ne? So ist es nicht. Ihr könnt doch immer da nachgucken, falls ihr es verpasst habt. Aber ich glaube, es ist sinnvoll, jetzt langsam mal, wobei ich glaube, es ist nicht mehr super lang, aber ich will es jetzt auch nicht übers Knie brechen. Ne? Gefühlt ist noch sehr viel Potenzial für sehr viel Bewegung da drin. Die Alternative wäre der besoffene Vollidiot. Nee, der besoffene Vollidiot und die Tante von gerade. Das waren quasi die Gründer von Advance. Und er ist langsam abgedriftet, weil er halt, einfach nur den Ruhm und das Geld halt ausgenutzt hat aus seiner politischen Situation, schätze ich mal an. Aber dann, ne, dem Alkoholismus dann verfallen ist. Und sie hat währenddessen quasi die Macht an sich gerissen und hat jetzt, ja, für diese Diktatur oder startet diese Diktatur und ja, plant halt auch oder führt parallel auch einfach terroristische Anschläge durch. Und die Tante, die war gerade aus dem, also es gibt, okay, um es nochmal gerade vielleicht zum Ende nochmal abzurunden und zu erklären, also es gibt quasi 2 politische Mächte. Es gibt Advance and Disrupt. Advance ist aktuell nur noch die Tante, die wir gerade in dem Bürostuhl gesehen haben, und natürlich der Besowski-Dude, aber der ist, glaube ich, wahrscheinlich draußen, der ist nicht der. Den haben sie alle so ein bisschen außen vor gelassen, schätze ich mal. Den haben sie wahrscheinlich Geld gegeben und Alkohol gegeben und einen Personal Trainer gegeben und dann so, hier, mach. Und dann gibt es Disrupt. die bestehen aus der wilden Masse, die irgendwie halt auch rebellieren, angeführt aber von diesem Schwurbel-Heinsi, der zu Beginn halt total wahnsinnig Conspiracy-Theorien aufgestellt hat, noch und nöcher, der aber anscheinend dadurch in die Position geraten ist, jetzt wirklich so eine Gegenorganisation gestartet zu haben. Danke, Gattin. Ja. Auch im Zweifelsfall Ausrufezeichen Socials. Da ist es auch drin. Nebenbei oder neben denen gibt es noch 4 Firmen, quasi, die wir unterstützen können, wie wir wollen. Hier Crazy Dance, der einfach nur Bullshit verkauft. Aber der ist wahnsinnig und der neutralste, glaube ich, von allen. Wir hätten diese Fashion-Tante von gerade eben. Und wir haben, wen gab es denn noch? Noch einen dritten Verein, mit dem ich auch nie großartig interagiert habe, muss ich ehrlich zugeben. Aber wir können auch, glaube ich, hier jetzt gar nicht mehr. Doch, wir können rausquitten, okay. Go to Main Menus. Hat er gespeichert? Der speichert immer automatisch quasi, wenn man. Pleasure Corp, ja. Könnten wir denn theoretisch aus dem Main-Menü nochmal gewisse Videos wieder oder gewisse Kapitel kannst du, glaube ich, wieder spielen. Da ist alles sehr schnell eskaliert. The Challenge Room Archive. Also haben wir auch nur das hier jetzt wieder, ne? Ja. Challenge Room, was gibt's da noch drin? Da kannst du aber. Da kannst du da gewisse Tage nochmal spielen? Challenge. Interfereful. Ja, es gibt eine gewisse Herausforderung, die man immer einzeln spielen kann anscheinend. Wir haben auch einmal gesehen, diesen Künstler Fuzzi, ne? Zu Beginn einmal. Okay. Anyway, ja. Das war ein Ritt. Meine Menschen da draußen. Das war ein fucking Ritt. Holy Jesus. Ich hätte gedacht. Okay, OBS kackt sich gerade ein. Wow. Das Game ist nicht so optimal programmiert. Und frisst einfach so gefühlte 120% meiner Rechnerressourcen. Aber gut. Wo war ich gerade stehen geblieben? Oh ja, mein Rechner ist gerade leicht überfordert. Ich muss sagen, großen Applaus an die Vielschichtigkeit des Spiels und wo man wirklich merkt, dass die mit den ganzen Themen halt doch sehr unverblümt umgehen, ne? Und gar nicht mal so in die, ich meine, okay, große böse Regierung, keine Ahnung, und Nuklearangriffe durch Terroristen, ja, das ist so ein bisschen die das Klischee-Ding halt. Aber so die Balance aus, du hast halt einen News-Sender und die müssen halt mit allem klarkommen, was gerade passiert. Und wollen auch Leute unterhalten und wollen halt auch Einschaltquoten irgendwie haben und müssen halt zwischen zwischen, keine Ahnung, irgendeine Hip-Hop-Tante hat gerade ihren neuen Track rausgebracht und will den der Welt zeigen. Und, keine Ahnung, hey, mit unseren aktive Sterbehilfe Krankenhäusern, die überall aus dem Boden poppen, geht's super gut voran. Die halt zwischen solchen Themen halt hin und her switchen müssen, ohne mit der Wimper zu zucken. Und da ist halt, es ist alles sehr unverblümt. Aber auch sehr britisch wahrscheinlich, ne? Deswegen passt das so gut. Snugglefuck war einfach das Beste. Einfach weird, crazy und nicht so deprimierend und fast surreal. Aber ich find's gut. Ich find's gut, dass er erst so gegrabt hat mit lustigem Zeug, mit abgefucktem Zeug, mit interessanten Spielmechanik und so weiter. Und dann aus dem Nichts einfach so in die Fresse. Weil dann wirst du auch aufmerksam. Wenn du halt von vornherein direkt so alles schwermütig machst, dann schützt man sich, glaube ich, mental sofort dagegen und sagt, okay, ist halt ein trauriges Spiel. Wenn du zum Beispiel jetzt This War of Mine oder War of Mine heißt es, glaube ich, nur, spielst, dann weißt du, okay, shit's going down. Das wird Depri-Hour Deluxe. Und du schützt dich in dem Augenblick, glaube ich, emotional dagegen und weißt halt genau, auf was du dich einlässt. Und hier halt nicht, ne? Fuck, Jeremy, ich fand den cool. Und ich dachte dann so, ja, der wird sich schon nicht jetzt selber die Kugel geben, live on air. Well, also, Eier haben die Leute. Eier, die das Game gemacht haben. Respekt. Größter Respekt.